The Clue of the Screeching Owl, a Hardy Boys novel by Franklin W. Dixon. Chapter 1. Puma Charge. "Summer vacation!" Chet Morton exclaimed. "No more school until September." The stout, good-natured boy lounged half asleep between Frank and Joe Hardy in the front seat of a powerful yellow convertible. With a soft purr, the car moved swiftly past the carefully tilled fields of the Pennsylvania Dutch farmers. Dark-haired, 18-year-old Frank Hardy was at the wheel. He kept his eyes upon the highway, which would lead them to the green bulk of the Ponaco Mountains later that sunny June afternoon. Meanwhile, his blonde-haired younger brother Joe said, "There used to be witches around here, Chet. See that sign? It's to ward them off." He pointed to a brightly painted circular design on a huge red barn. Chet Morton had opened his eye as the car moved past the barn. "What is it?" he asked. "A hex sign," Joe told him. "It's supposed to keep off lightning and protect the farm against witches." "Witches!" The plump boy straightened up. Then he looked worried. "Today?" "Sure," Joe Hardy went on teasingly. "If a witch puts a spell on your cow, she won't give milk. Those circles keep off the curse." Nervously, Chet looked around at the next two barns, and at the blue sky above him, and then once all around him. "Oh, nobody believes in that kind of stuff anymore. This is the 20th century. Stop kidding me, will you, fellows? This is vacation. All I'm going to do is sleep and eat. Let's not have any mysteries." While their friend settled down and closed his eyes once more, Frank and Joe exchanged knowing grins. As sons of the internationally famous detective Fenton Hardy, they had many times been drawn into baffling and dangerous mysteries, where their brilliant sleuthing had earned them fine reputations of their own. Easygoing Chet Morton, the Hardys' best friend, always seemed to become involved. "Well, Chet," Frank said, "you may as well know the truth. This isn't just a camping trip. We have to look up an old friend of Dad's, Captain Thomas McGuire. He's living in a cabin at the edge of Black Hollow, somewhere in these mountains just ahead of us." "Captain McGuire?" repeated the stout boy suspiciously. "What kind of a captain is he?" "A police captain. That is, he was the chief of police until 5 or 6 years ago. He's retired now." "I knew it!" Chet exploded. "I just knew it! Another mystery! A fellow no sooner gets set to enjoy a nice quiet vacation than the Hardys drag him into some detective work. When the police and the Hardys get together, it spells trouble. Trouble for old Chet especially. All right, I may as well hear the worst. What is it this time?" "Well," Frank answered, "there have been some funny goings-on around the Black Hollow. Captain McGuire wrote to Dad. He didn't give any details, but asked him to come up and investigate. Unfortunately, Dad couldn't make it." Joe took up the story. "He's been working with the New Jersey State Police, not very far from here, in fact, on this new hijacking racket. Among other things, somebody's been stealing shipments of instruments that go into nose cones of guided missiles. They're taken while being trucked to the assembly station. That's important, all right," Chet agreed. "Dad heard about our camping trip and suggested we take it near Captain McGuire's cabin," Frank finished. "Well, Chet, shall we turn back?" Joe needled. He and Frank knew that underneath his complaints, their friend had plenty of courage and even more curiosity. "I suppose we can't call it off now," Chet mumbled. "All our food would go to waste." It was mid-afternoon when the prosperous valley of the Pennsylvania Dutch, lush with tender green of young crops, had been left behind. The road climbed and curved up a heavily wooded hill. Now and then the thick foliage on either side was broken by a smooth gray rock face. "We're really in the mountains," Joe noted. After topping a ridge, the road descended and then straightened out as it approached the next line of hills. Frank, looking ahead, could see the buildings of a town. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by the sound of music and voices blaring over a loudspeaker. They strained their eyes to see where it came from. "I see it!" Chet shouted. 2 Ferris wheels and a number of tents came into view. A bright, gay banner on top of one read, "Clatch's Carnival." "Woohoo!" Chet shouted eagerly. "Let's go in, fellas! I can smell the popcorn from here!" Laughing, Frank parked the convertible, and the 3 boys entered the midway. Now the din of the loudspeakers was overwhelming. Crowds of people moved in both directions. The rides, the whip, and the octopus, and several others whirled madly. The people on them screamed shrilly. Barkers were shouting from the sideshow platforms. Chet immediately bought himself a carton of popcorn, a bag of peanuts, and a frothy cloud of pink cotton candy. "Say, how about this?" Joe asked. He pointed to a sign. Colonel Bill Thunder, Fearless Animal Trainer. The roar of some wild animal, coming from within the tent, was enough to convince the boys of the colonel's courage. In a moment, Frank, Joe, and Chet had entered and taken seats. In the center of a large circular cage stood a man dressed in a white shirt, white riding breeches, and shining black boots. His thick dark hair, mustache, heavy eyebrows, piercing eyes, and the black whip that he held coiled in one hand gave him the look of authority. And he needed it, for seated on small stools at equal distances around the cage were 4 huge cats. 2 were tawny, and 2 were black. All 4 glared at the man, their long tails flicking nervously. "Pumas," Joe whispered to his companions. "Big ones, too." The black whip snapped. The trainer's body rotated as he forced each powerful animal, in turn, to leave its stool and then mount it again. "This fellow's really good," Frank declared. "Notice how his back is fully exposed to one of the cats at all times?" But even as Frank spoke, the snarling black animal upon which the trainer had just turned his back gathered itself and sprang. "He'll be killed!" shrieked Chet, dropping the popcorn, peanuts, and cotton candy to the ground. Warned by the boy's shout, Colonel Thunder whirled to face the charging beast. With a series of lightning-like whip snaps, he drove the snarling cat back into its place. "Terrific!" declared Chet to the man beside him. "He's good, all right," the stranger agreed. "Had another cat that almost got him, though. A big yellow devil. He had to get rid of him finally." Spellbound, the boys watched the rest of Colonel Thunder's act, and then continued on their journey. At the end of the afternoon, 2 hours later, the yellow convertible climbed slowly up a steep dirt road with high dark woods on either side. "I think we're going in the right direction," Frank said, "but we'd better check. There's a house." The bright yellow car came to a stop before a weather-beaten clapboard building with a wooden picket fence in the front. The place was silent. "It seems deserted," Joe commented, looking around. As the 3 approached the gate, however, Frank suddenly pointed to a path along the trees at the side of the house. "Here's somebody." A thin, worried-looking woman emerged from the woods, dragging a boy about 7 years old by the hand. He was crying vigorously. When she saw the Hardys and Chet, she called out, "Hello there! I'm Miss Thompson. Can I help you?" "Yes, thank you," Frank answered. "Is this Rim Road? We're looking for Captain McGuire's place." The woman, who wore a faded but neat cotton dress, came closer and looked intently into the boys' faces. "McGuire? Straight up to the top of the road. He lives in the last house, right there on the edge of Black Hollow." As she answered, Miss Thompson's son gave the boys another searching look. Chet had turned towards the child, who was still weeping. "Poor boy," he said sympathetically. "Mind if I give him a candy bar, Miss Thompson?" "Go ahead. It won't do any good, though. His dog disappeared last night, and nothing anybody can do is going to make him feel any better." "That's a shame," said Chet. "Maybe if we keep an eye out, we'll see it, Miss Thompson. What kind of dog?" "A little brown critter," she answered. "He's got one white ear and a collar and a tag with his name. It's Skippy." "We'll look for him." As the boys turned to go, they heard the woman say sternly, "Bobby, you stop wailing and get on into the house now." And then she called to the boys, "Wait." Surprised, the three turned back. Miss Thompson came to the gate and began to speak in a low, intense voice. "You seem like such nice boys, I just had to tell you something. Don't go near Black Hollow." "But why not, Miss Thompson?" asked Frank. "It's haunted by the hex. A witch, I suppose you'd call her. 200 years ago, there was a pretty young woman around here that got to be a hex. She put spells on dogs and they disappeared and died. And then, by and by, people started to sicken and die too." "But couldn't they do anything about her?" asked Chet with unbelieving eyes. "They tried to. They caught her, and they thought she'd just stop casting her spells. But she stayed scornful and silent. One day she got away and vanished down in the hollow. But at night she used to come up and roam around, and then dry up cows and kill dogs. And at dawn, folks would see her going down into the hollow. And then one night came an awful, terrible screaming from the hollow. In the morning, when some brave men went down, there was a great scorched hole in the earth." What happened?" asked Chet. "Folks figured that Satan, the devil himself, came and got that witch and dragged her down to the center of the earth. Then," added the woman, emphasizing her words, 100 years later, dogs started disappearing again. They heard the hex screaming at night in the hollow. Soon it all stopped again. But now listen, boys, another 100 years have gone by, and the dogs are disappearing again. And at night we hear the witch screaming in the Black Hollow." Peering at the trio closely, the woman saw that Chet Morton looked white. But in the eyes of Frank and Joe, there was only a twinkle of amusement and disbelief. Abruptly, the woman shrugged her shoulders. "Don't say I didn't warn you." And with that, she turned and went into the house. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. A Midnight Scare. "Boy, that woman gave me the creeps." Chet shuddered as the car ground up the hill in low gear. "Relax," Joe told him. "You said yourself that people don't believe in that hex stuff anymore." "I dunno. Around here they might," Chet continued in a worried voice. "All these thick woods and hardly any houses. Do you suppose she's just making it up? After all, somebody, or something, must have taken Bobby's dog." Joe chuckled. "That's how these stories get started," he explained unconcernedly. "Something mysterious happens, and instead of looking for a sensible explanation, superstitious people just think of spells and witches right away." "I don't know," Frank put in thoughtfully. "There's the screaming, Joe. Miss Thompson wouldn't have told us about it if she hadn't heard it herself." A freshly painted RFD mailbox with the name T. McGuire carefully printed on it was the first thing the boys saw when they reached the top of the hill. Beyond the small grassy clearing, both sides were bordered by woods, made up of thickly leaved hardwoods and darker hemlock and spruce trees. A neat rustic cabin, built of stripped logs and chinked with white mortar, stood to their right. The polished headlights and radiator of an old model automobile peeped up from behind the little building. "That's Captain McGuire's car, all right," Joe laughed. "It's 15 years old, but he keeps it looking like new, just the way the last I saw it." The Hardys and Chet found, to their astonishment, that just beyond the rear of the house, the ground dropped off into space. The lush grass gave way to smooth gray rock that fell steeply and disappeared in a tangle of woods. A deep, cup-shaped valley was below. For miles, the lip of rock curved around the huge circle, like the rim of a great bowl, broken here and there by a strip of green, indicating a trail into the valley. "This must be Black Hollow," Frank said quietly. "Funny, even the trees down there look black, even though it's still daylight." "Well, what do you say we get settled?" Joe suggested cheerfully. "Strange that Captain McGuire hasn't come out to meet us yet." "Oh, Captain McGuire!" he shouted toward the cabin. "It's Frank and Joe Hardy. We've arrived." But the trim little house and the woods around remained silent. Since they'd written the captain to say they were coming, the boys were surprised. They mounted the porch and knocked on the cabin door. "No answer," said Joe, perplexed. "May as well try the door." It was unlocked, so the visitors entered. They found themselves in a small but neat and comfortable room, with a narrow bunk on one side. There was no sign of the captain. Chet Morgan, venturing into the little kitchen beyond, suddenly called out, "Whoops! A fellow could go swimming in here!" Frank and Joe raced in. Their friend was standing in a large pool of water on the floor. Otherwise, the kitchen was spick and span. The pots on the wall gleamed, and the curtains were spotless. Everything was in its proper place. Joe could not help chuckling. "Water on the floor? That's surprising. Captain McGuire's a tidier housekeeper than some women." "Well, there's a leak in his plumbing somewhere," Chet complained ruefully. "My brand new moccasins will be soaked, and this water's cold." "That's because it's ice water, Chet." Frank stooped down before an old-fashioned ice box in one corner. He drew from underneath it a basin so full that the water was constantly overflowing to add to the pool on the floor. Chet grinned. "An old-time refrigerator," Frank explained briefly. "The cake of ice inside melts, and the water has to go someplace. Well, I'd drill a hole through the floor." Joe frowned. "I wonder why Captain McGuire didn't empty this." He picked up the basin and poured the water in the sink. Frank nodded. "It's strange. The captain hates a mess. He'd be sure to come back and empty the icebox's pan. Unless something unexpected detained him. The bunk's unmade, too," Joe observed thoughtfully. "That's not like him either. Looks to me as if Captain McGuire left in a hurry," Chet summed up. Suddenly apprehensive, the boys hurried out into the clearing again. Striding to the rim of the hollow, Frank cupped his hands and shouted, "Captain McGuire! Captain McGuire!" The boys strained to listen, but no answering sound came up from the dark hollow. Not even an echo. "We'll have to look for him," determined Frank. "He may be nearby, injured. I'll take the woods on this side of the cabin. Joe, you and Chet comb the other side. Keep calling for him while you search." Accordingly, Joe and Chet plunged into the woods together. The big trees, which blocked the twilight, choked much of the undergrowth, making the going easy. Gradually, they ceased to hear Frank's calls. The shadow under the trees deepened to a dusty gloom. In another half an hour, it would be almost dark. "It's almost night," observed Chet. "My stomach tells me it's long after supper time, and we aren't getting anywhere here. Let's go back." When they reached the clearing again, Joe called his brother, and no answer came. "Oh," moaned Chet in despair. "First no Captain McGuire, and now Frank's gone too?" "Hush!" Joe stopped him. "What's that?" By now it was almost fully dark in the clearing, and from the woods came a cracking sound of something moving. "Joe? Chet?" came a familiar voice that caused Chet to sigh with relief. In a moment Frank had rejoined them. "No sign of the captain," he reported briefly. "I did find a trail down into the hollow, though, and went along it a good way. That's what took so long, but I didn't see any trace of him there either." "It's a real mystery," agreed Joe, shaking his head. "But we've solved a few tough ones before, like the mystery of the desert giant. Let's get our gear inside. We can't do anything more out here." Soon the delicious aroma of frying ham and baked beans filled the tiny cabin, while Chet Morton tucked away a few extra helpings of each. Frank and Joe sat with him at the kitchen table and discussed the McGuire situation. "The door wasn't locked and his car is in the yard," mused Frank. "That leaves a couple of possibilities." "Yes, either somebody else drove him, or he walked," Joe deduced. "Now why would he walk? Perhaps because he was going somewhere his car couldn't go?" "Into the hollow!" Frank exclaimed. "I was thinking of that myself." At this moment Chet Morgan finished his supper. "Look, fellows," he volunteered, "I know how absorbed you two get into mysteries, so I'll wash the dishes while you look for clues. But on one condition." "What's that, Chet?" "You two get me some firewood for the stove." "It's a deal," the brothers laughed, and went outside to the captain's woodpile. They soon returned with armloads of kindling. While Chet worked the hand pump to get some water, the two young detectives started their search for clues. "Here's something," called Joe from the living room. "I believe there's a shotgun or a rifle missing from the captain's gun rack. It has one empty space." Frank had found something he thought was even more significant in the drawer of the kitchen table. "Come here, Joe," he urged. The blonde-haired boy found his brother poring over an ordinary kitchen calendar, showing the dates for 2 of the previous months. "On certain days," Frank explained, "Captain McGuire has written the name of a breed of dog in the name of an owner. See this one for June 10th? Border Terrier, J. Brewer, owner." "You're right," admitted Joe, taking up the calendar. "But wait, on some dates there's another notation. She screamed." "Screamed?" repeated Chet, who was washing the dishes. "Who screamed? The witch? Oh, great! I'd forgotten all about her. Did Captain McGuire hear her too?" "Could be, Chet," Frank answered seriously. "And the notations about the dogs? According to the story, the witch was a dog killer, remember?" "Say, what about that kid? Bobby Thompson, who was crying," Chet broke in. "Is his name down there?" Quickly, Frank checked. "No, that happened only last night. I wonder if that means Captain McGuire wasn't here last night, and maybe all of today." "Possibly," Joe answered. "My hunch is that this witch and dog business was what Captain McGuire wanted to see Dad about." "Could be," Frank agreed, "and I'm afraid he's met with trouble. We'll start a search for him tomorrow as soon as it's light enough." "Which means we'd better turn in and get some sleep," Chet yawned. "Well, fellows, shall we flip a coin to see who gets the bunk?" "You take it, Chet," Joe laughed. "Frank and I will spread out our sleeping bags on the floor." The bright gasoline lanterns, with their constant gentle roaring sound, were turned off. Their mantles, resembling empty tea bags, glowed orange for a moment, and then the cabin was silent and dark. Weary from the long drive and the evening's activities, the boys slept soundly. But in the middle of the night they were rudely awakened by a fearsome sound. The 3 campers lay rigid, with their eyes wide open, waiting tenselessly for the sound to be repeated. Abruptly it came. The night outside was rent by a long, full-throated scream, like that of a woman in terror. It seemed to come from the depths of the hollow behind the cabin. As the scream died away, Chet whispered, "Do you suppose Captain McGuire heard that last night and went to investigate?" "I don't know," answered Frank, jumping up. "But a scream's a scream, and it sounds as if someone's in serious danger. Slip on your shoes and trousers, and let's go." Minutes later, the trio, led by Frank, were hastening down the steep wooded path into the hollow. The boys' flashlight beams caused weird shadows to fall on huge boulders and dense brush. Tree roots and small protruding rocks made the unfamiliar path tricky and dangerous. They saw no one, and finally their progress was barred by a rushing mountain torrent. "This is as far as I got earlier," Frank shouted above the sound of the water. "I guess we'll have to risk it now." "Let's go!" Joe forged ahead into the stream. The crashing white water exploded against the boy's body. The impact caught him off balance. Frank and Chet, following his progress with their flashlight beams, saw him stagger and then go down under the relentless, rushing cascade. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. An Eerie Trail. "Don't lose sight of Joe. Keep both beams trained on him." With these words, Frank Hardy thrust his flashlight into Chet Morton's hands, and then he plunged into the boiling torrent himself. The freezing water crashed against his hips with the force of a football tackler. Joe, apparently unconscious, already had been carried several feet downstream. Cautiously, Frank inched across, groping for footholds on the treacherous bottom. Better to move slowly than to risk a fall now, he thought. In a moment, guided by Chet's flashlights, Frank reached his brother. He was lying unconscious against a rock, his head just out of the reach of the water. Frank braced his feet carefully and stooped. In a moment he straightened up, with Joe's limp form held firmly across his shoulders in a fireman's carry. "Over here, Frank!" Chet called anxiously, lighting the way. Frank lurched through the raging water to the bank, where Chet helped lower Joe carefully and gently to the ground. Is he breathing?" gulped Chet, who was pulling off his shirt to use as a towel. "He'll be all right. Nasty cut on his head, that's all," Frank answered tersely. He indicated a bloody mark on Joe's temple. Then he swiftly stripped off his brother's soaking clothes. Meanwhile, Chet rubbed Joe's body briskly with the big woolen shirt. In a moment Joe was blinking against the glare of their flashlights and grinning weakly into their anxious faces. "Say, take that light out of a fellow's face," he protested feebly. "And what have you two done with my clothes?" Chet took charge. "Never mind your clothes. Just put that shirt on and keep yourself warm. You Hardys are going straight back to the cabin to dry out by the stove. Whoever was doing that screaming down here can wait until tomorrow." There was no more screaming during the night, and in the morning the sunshine had already flooded the little clearing before any sign of activity was to be seen around the captain's cabin. Inside, Frank and Joe were still sleeping soundly. From the kitchen came the clink and rattle of dishes and the unmistakable aroma of pancakes and sausages. "Clang, clang!" Chet Morgan appeared in the doorway, pounding on a big metal pan with a big wooden spoon. "Breakfast, gang! Up and at 'em! It's almost 10 o'clock. On the floor, 2 khaki sleeping bags stirred, and 2 heads popped into view. "Oh, my aching head," Joe moaned as he sat up. "Captain McGuire hasn't shown up, has he, Chet?" "Ain't nobody here but us pancakes," the stout boy replied cheerfully as he re-entered the kitchen. "And if you two don't get a move on, there won't be any of us pancakes or sausages left for long either." Chet's threat was enough for the Hardys. They were ravenous after their exertions of the night before, and they wasted no time getting to the breakfast table. In half an hour the trio, refreshed, were ready for a thorough search of Black Hollow. Before starting, Frank slung the leather case containing his powerful binoculars around his neck. "I'm taking these just in case." Frank led the way down the steep, twisting path while Joe brought up the rear. Once they were under the huge, closely growing trees, very little of the bright sunlight filtered down to them. The dark, somber evergreens made it almost impenetrable, this umbrella over their heads. All the time they kept looking for signs of Captain McGuire. "It's easy to figure how this place got the name of Black Hollow," Joe remarked. The absence of wind in the well-protected valley made for an unnatural stillness. Not a leaf stirred. Furthermore, no small animals seemed to be moving. Joe's voice had a peculiar loudness that made all three a bit uneasy. "Wait!" Chet Morton halted abruptly. "What's that?" All three listened intensely. At the same time, their eyes surveyed the surrounding woods. "Just the call of a crow," Joe said sheepishly. "Must be a mile away at least." When the trekkers reached the rushing torrent, Joe unslung a coil of stout manila rope from his shoulder. Working rapidly, the brothers rigged a lifeline for future passages by securing one end of the rope to a stout tree on the bank. Once across, the search party continued their descent. Soon the sound of the turbulent stream was left behind. The eerie silence again surrounded them. Once more Chet stopped. "Listen." "What now?" asked Joe with some impatience. "I thought I heard something rustling." "For Pete's sake," Joe grinned at Chet. "It's your pant legs rubbing against each other. Come on, we'll never get to the bottom of this hollow." The trio resumed its way down the trail. "Hold it!" There was a tense note in Frank's voice. "Hear anything?" Chet demanded eagerly. Warily, the youth's alert eyes scanned the trail behind them. "I just can't shake this queer feeling that somebody or something is following us." "Must be stopping every time we do," muttered Chet. "I can't hear a thing." After switching positions, the boys continued down the trail. Now it was Joe who scrambled forward in the lead. Frank, watching every tree and rock suspiciously, brought up the rear. At last the steep path leveled onto the floor of the hollow. Quickening his pace, Joe plunged forward, and before he knew it, his legs were caught in many vine-like brushes. Innumerable tiny prickers bit through his pants, grasped his sweater like claws, and dug into his exposed wrists and hands like fishhooks. "Ow!" he shouted, struggling frantically. "What's got me?" "You're in a briar patch," called his brother, laughing. "Simmer down and stop fighting it. Go through it slowly, take off one vine at a time." By doing this, Joe succeeded in freeing himself. Carefully, he worked his way through the patch, with Chet and Frank following. Suddenly, he stopped once more. "Frank! Chet! What's the matter? Caught again?" Grinning triumphantly, Joe turned his face to his comrades. "Maybe I did rush in here without looking, but I wasn't the only one. Take a look at this." With a flourish, he held up a piece of bright plaid material about 2 inches square. "It was clinging to this bush," he announced. "Looks like part of somebody's flannel shirt. Maybe the captain's. It hasn't been here long. It's not faded a bit by the weather." "Let's see it," called Chet, struggling forward through the briars. "Can't wait now," returned Joe as he emerged from the brushes. "Captain McGuire may be right near here." He rushed headlong down into the forest path, leaving Chet and Frank to catch up as soon as they could. Just as they, too, worked clear of the tenacious prickers, another triumphant shout came from Joe, which caused them to set off on the double. A wide, rock-strewn brook, apparently running the length of the valley, came into sight. Joe, kneeling beside it, was fishing something out of the eddying pool on the near bank. As Frank and Chet pounded up, he showed them an empty matchbook cover. It was wet, but it was still bright-colored and fairly firm. "Hasn't been here long," he commented. "It's a find, all right," Frank agreed somberly. "It may not prove that Captain McGuire passed this way, but something human did. Now let's follow the brook and keep our eyes open." The soft ground, covered with brown carpet of needle, of pine and hemlock, disclosed no footprints. But as Frank Hardy approached the large dead trunk, which had fallen directly across the path, his trained eyes picked up two distinct, cup-like indentations in the front of it. At the same time, something shiny just off the trail attracted Joe's attention. Reaching in among some thick vegetation beside the stream, he pulled out a pair of empty shotgun shells. "Must have been shot recently," he noted, sniffing. "I can still smell gunpowder." Meanwhile, Frank carefully placed one of his knees in each of the sunken marks in front of the fallen tree. "Whoever was here knelt in this spot and fired across the log," he concluded. "One of Captain McGuire's guns is missing. Maybe he fired the shots, but at what? This trail is getting really hot," Joe exclaimed, starting off. The path continued to follow the bank of the brook, and suddenly Joe, in the lead, drew up to a sharp halt. "Whoop! On your guard! Prickers again! And hey! Another piece of plaid flannel shirt!" "And that's not all," Frank broke in excitedly. "Look at the way these nettles have been crushed. They're all down in this one spot, as though something heavy has fallen on them." Now it was Chet's turn to make a discovery. With a yelp, the stout boy bent over to snatch up a bent metal flashlight. Fragments on the shattered lens lay on the ground nearby. "It's Captain McGuire's," declared the boy excitedly, pointing out the initials TM scratched into the barrel of the flashlight. Frank, in the meantime, had dropped down to examine the crushed nettle stalks more closely. "I'm afraid this is serious," he announced at last. "Some of these leaves are stained dark." "Blood?" queried Chet in a worried voice. The Hardys nodded. At the moment, the boys heard a slight noise just above them. Jerking their heads abruptly upward, they were startled to see a face gazing down at them from the height of a boulder on the bank. It was a strange, wild-looking, sun-browned face, framed with scraggly black hair. The fierce dark eyes glared at the watchers, as the wide mouth shaped itself into a weird grimace. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Windowless Cabin. The Hardys and Chet stood frozen for a moment, as if entranced by the fierce stare of the wild face above them. And then suddenly the person back of the boulder was gone. "The witch," breathed Chet, who had turned chalk white. "It must have gotten Captain McGuire." "Witch or no witch, it can't have gone far," Joe cried out, leaping to his feet. "Come on!" Frank sprinted forward with his brother along on the dark forest path. The two boys ran through the dark woods, turning and twisting the unfamiliar trail, dodging trees and hurdling small bushes. From ahead came the sound of somebody crackling through the underbrush. Suddenly, Frank caught a glimpse of a tall, rangy figure in dark flannel trousers and a green sweater, darting swiftly in and out of the huge trees. "That's no witch," Frank panted, "but he sure can run." In fact, the long-legged stranger seemed to be pulling away from the Hardys, though they were both strong runners. Unexpectedly, he cut sharply to his left, leaving the path and darting in a straight line across the forest floor. With amazing agility, he leapt over fallen trees and ducked under low-hanging branches. "Keep him in sight," Joe yelled. "We'll trap him against the hillside." But the strange figure, upon reaching the steep wooded side of the hollow, did not pause. Grasping at small trees and bushes with his long arms, he clambered swiftly up the hillside from one foothold to another. Apparently he knew the route well. Frank and Joe, meanwhile, were forced to waste precious time battling their way up. Doggedly they kept on, but the gap between the pursuers and their quarry widened. At last, halfway up the valley wall, the man broke into the open in the gray sunlit rock, forming the upper rim of the hollow. Skillfully he moved diagonally from rock to rock until he disappeared from sight beyond the rim. Frank and Joe, who had just emerged from the trees, sat down on a rock to catch their breath. "There's one witch that doesn't need a broomstick," observed Joe, shaking his head ruefully. Frank had removed his binoculars from the leather case in front of him. He trained them on the rim of the valley where the strange figure had vanished. Meanwhile, Chet had reached the side of the hollow. After a toiling climb, the panting boy hove into view. "Whew, I thought I was never going to catch up with you fellows. But old Chet wasn't going to stay down in those woods by himself." "Say," he asked, looking around at the rocks apprehensively, Where's the guy with the face?" "Escaped," Joe replied. Frank, unable to spot the figure with his binoculars, moved up higher on the rock. He began to examine the entire perimeter of the little valley systematically. By means of the glasses, every fissure, every possible hiding place in the rock could be studied. Nothing suspicious appeared beneath Frank's scrutiny. Finally, he turned the glasses upon the floor of the black hollow. "See anything?" Joe asked. "Lots of trees, that's all." As Frank continued to sweep the binoculars through a slow arc toward the end of the hollow, he was surprised to see a small clearing. "Hold on! Here's something," he called down. Joe and Chet started upward. "Well, what do you know about that?" declared Frank in his astonished voice. As Chet and Joe clambered up beside him, silently he handed the glasses to his brother and pointed the direction with his finger. At first, Joe saw only a little clearing at the edge of the trees. "Look at the base of that rock wall," Frank said, "and look very closely at the pile of tree trunks and rocks you see there." Wondering, Joe did so. Suddenly, it occurred to him that the rocks and logs had been put together in a careful, regular manner. "Why," he burst out, "that's not a pile at all. It's a little building. There aren't any windows, but I'd say it's a very cleverly camouflaged cabin." "You're right, fellows," Chet agreed when it came his turn to look. "Who'd want to live in a place like that anyway? Say, do you suppose it's that queer guy with the creepy face?" "Could be," Joe answered. "Anyway, whoever lives there may be able to tell us where Captain McGuire is. Let's go and find out, right now." "Aw, way down there at the end of the hollow? Have a heart, fellas. What about lunch?" But Chet's protest fell on deaf ears. As the hungry boy knew from past experience, when the Hardy boys were following up a promising clue, ordinary things like lunches did not count. Leaving the bright sunshine of the exposed rocks, the trio descended once more into the gloomy hollow. Frank and Joe quickly reached the forest floor. As they waited for Chet, they heard a crashing sound above and a familiar voice booming, "Help! Gangway!" As they jumped to one side, Chet came sliding down the steep hillside. He tumbled into a heap on the moss below. "Jumping toads!" Joe exclaimed. "I thought the whole rock face was caving in on us." "Can I help it if I'm not made for these pesky mountains?" demanded Chet in an injured tone. While Joe helped Chet up, Frank scouted ahead to find the path once more. In a few minutes he located it. "Isn't much of a trail anymore," Frank reported, "but it's going in the direction that we want." Half an hour's walk brought them to the edge of that little clearing where Frank, raising his hand, signaled a halt. Even from there, the mysterious little house was difficult to see, although it was not more than a dozen yards away. Warily the boys scrutinized the clearing, as well as the odd house, built of rocks and logs. It had a dark brown door. Seeing no one, the boys stepped into the open and crossed the intervening space and knocked boldly on the wooden door. "Nobody's home," muttered Joe, as Frank knocked again and again. "I'm sure I heard something, though." Chet, meanwhile, had poked his head around one corner of the log cabin. "Wonder what's fenced in over there." He walked to the high palings of a strange three-sided enclosure. "What do you see?" called Joe, as the stout boy peered through the fence. "Bah! There's your answer. Sheep," Chet grinned. "Guess I scared 'em." "Well, nobody's inside the house, that's certain," Frank concluded. "Let's take a look at the rest of the outside." Accordingly, the three proceeded around the other side of the mysterious structure. Abruptly, they found themselves face to face with the rock wall of the hollow. The strange little house had no fourth man-made side. "Do you suppose whoever built this house was just lazy?" Joe wondered, "and used the rock for a wall? Or could there be some other reason?" "His house certainly blends in with the rock," Frank reminded him. "You couldn't just distinguish it from a distance without field glasses." "Might as well head back," said Joe. "There isn't anything doing here. Personally, I'd like to find out who owns this house. In fact, it would be interesting to know who owns Black Hollow." "Let's not forget Captain McGuire," Frank reminded them gravely. "This house, and the person who is spying on us, may or may not have something to do with his disappearance. Of one thing we are sure, something happened to the captain here in this hollow. And the sooner we get back to town and report it to the sheriff, the better." An hour's vigorous hiking brought them back to Captain McGuire's cabin on the opposite rim of the hollow. While Chet grabbed a box of crackers and 3 apples, Frank penciled a brief note. "For Captain McGuire in case he comes back," Frank put at the top. Joe and Chet said nothing, and the 3 boys climbed into the yellow convertible and headed for the sheriff's office at Forestburg. All 3 were convinced that the captain had met with trouble. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. A Reluctant Sheriff. Expertly, Frank piloted the yellow convertible down the steep, winding rim road. As it passed the Thompsons' unpainted house at the foot, the boys caught sight of little Bobby on the front porch, his chin in his hands. "Poor kid," said Chet. "Reminds me, we haven't found any trace of his dog." "Maybe the pup has come home," Joe suggested. But Chet shook his head doubtfully. Bobby wouldn't look as if he'd lost his best friend, and Skippy would be with him. "You're probably right, Chet," Joe admitted. "Miss Thompson said many other dogs have disappeared around here. I'll bet it's the work of an animal thief." "But who would want to steal people's pets? And why?" demanded Chet, bewildered. At this, Frank chuckled. "Mrs. Thompson says the witch does it," he answered jokingly. To Frank's surprise, his brother received his suggestion seriously. "I'm convinced there's a tie-in between this witch and these lost dogs," Joe stated. "Don't forget, Captain McGuire connected them in his calendar notations. It all fits the witch legend." "Oh, cut it out, Joe," Chet protested nervously. "You don't really believe in that story?" "No," Joe replied, "but I'll bet plenty of other people around here do. The Pennsylvania Dutch settled in many areas, even over here. They weren't really Dutch, but Germans, who came to our country between 200 and 300 years ago for religious freedom. Anyhow, the old-timers brought some queer beliefs with them, such as the power of witches, charms, and spells. I've read that some of their descendants still hold on to these superstitions. Mrs. Thompson does," Chet put in. But Frank had already guessed what his brother was driving at. Joe, do you think someone is deliberately trying to revive the witch legend by stealing dogs? Yes, I do, but don't ask me why. The drive to Forestburg, through sparsely inhabited country and over narrow twisting roads, took nearly 2 hours. Joe, a keen student of history, used the time to comment on the customs of the people in the Pennsylvania Dutch country. After all, he reminded his companions, a belief in witches wasn't uncommon. The Puritans in New England believed in them too, you know. The car emerged from the hills and onto the main street of Forestburg. On one side, the cross streets climbed steeply upward. On the other, behind substantial frame houses, ran a swift mountain river. An old stone mill stood by the water. That's where the people brought their grain for grinding in the old days, Joe pointed out. Another building with the name Gilder's General Store on the window attracted Chet's attention. Outside were bright washtubs, coils of rope, shiny new tools, and sacks of feed. "I'll get out here," the stout boy announced. "Somebody has to keep us in provisions while you two are busy with detective work." Frank barked, and Chet walked into the general store. The Hardys proceeded down the street to the country courthouse, a trim, white wooden building with round pillars supporting a wide porch in the front. The door to the county clerk's office pushed open under the pressure of Frank's knock. Inside, the boys could see a big, old-fashioned roll-top desk. Its many pigeonholes were stuffed with papers. The top of the desk, too, was littered, the various papers held down by 4 heavy metal paperweights. "Hello," Frank called. "Is anyone in?" In a moment, the door at the back of the office opened. A friendly, middle-aged woman wearing glasses entered. "Yes, boys. Mr. Fry, the clerk, has gone out. May I help you?" "We'd like to do some camping down in the Black Hollow," Frank answered. "We want to find out the owner's name and ask his permission." The woman, a native of the district, was able to answer the question without looking at any records. "My goodness, that whole valley has always belonged to the Donner family. But they've pretty much disappeared from around here. I don't know if there's any of them left now. The sheriff could tell you. He's across the hall." Frank made a brief note of the name Donner. Then he and Joe thanked her and went out. Joe tapped on the glass of the door marked sheriff. "Come in," called a deep voice. A short, heavy-set man with thick iron-gray mustache was just replacing the receiver of his telephone. He seemed extremely busy. His vest hung open, revealing colorful suspenders, and his shirt sleeves were rolled up on his strong forearms. The sheriff turned in his swivel chair to face the Hardys, who quickly introduced themselves. They learned the official's name was Ecker. "Well, what's on your minds?" he demanded. Briefly, Frank and Joe related the facts of Captain McGuire's disappearance and expressed their fears for his safety. The sheriff listened with a preoccupied frown on his face and seemed to scarcely heed their story. "What do you want me to do?" he asked when they finished. "We want someone to come with us to help us search Black Hollow, sir," Frank replied promptly. Wearily, the sheriff shook his head. "Too late to get any kind of party together today," he said. "I'll be mighty lucky if I can do anything about it tomorrow." "All my men, regulars and special deputies, are tied up trying to catch that gang hijacking goods from interstate trucks." Frank and Joe looked at each other thinking, Dad's case? "There's no time to waste," Joe pleaded urgently. "Captain McGuire's life may be in danger." "Now take it easy, boys," the sheriff's gruff manner softened. "Maybe your friend just went for a hike alone. He might even be back in his cabin right now, waiting for you fellows. I can't pull my men off this other job without more evidence." "But we found his flashlight," Joe persisted. "And also the shotgun, blood-stained leaves, and pieces of cloth." Sheriff Ecker sighed. "I just haven't the men today. I'll do my best to get a party together in the morning, but I won't promise." "There must be somebody around who could help us," Joe insisted. Sheriff Ecker had already begun to study the report in front of him. Suddenly he looked up. "Now that I think of it, there's Mr. Donner, who lives down in the hollow all by himself. He must know every stone and bush in that place. His family has owned it since way back, you see. He'll be very glad to help you boys, because that's the kind of man he is, always very friendly and helpful." At this news, the Hardy brothers exchanged a quick, puzzled look. "Did you say he lives in the hollow?" Frank asked. "Yes, I don't know where his cabin is, myself. I've never been there. But I guess you can find it." Frank and Joe left the courthouse and found Chet waiting for them in the car. On the back seat were 3 big bags filled with groceries. "Found a nice place where we can have lunch," he announced cheerfully. "How did you two make out?" "Terrible," Joe replied flatly. "Sheriff's too busy to help us. Looks as if we're out on our own." "What do you think, Frank? Shall we call Dad? We can reach him through the New Jersey State Police headquarters." "He might have some suggestions," Frank agreed. "If you're thinking of telephoning," Chet put in importantly, "better listen to me first. I found out a few things about this town. Know who the biggest gossip in Forestburg is? Mrs. Giller, the wife of the owner of the general store. Know who any local telephone operator is? Mrs. Giller. Anything confidential you have to say to your father will be heard by Mrs. Giller." "I get you," Joe said. "There's not much Dad could do right now anyhow," he added. "And at least we ought to give the sheriff a chance to come through with a search party. If that doesn't work out, then we can see what Dad suggests." "Right," Frank nodded. "We have to wait till morning, and if no searchers arrive, we'll hunt up this Mr. Donner." "Do you suppose he lives in that queer little house?" Joe asked. "Could be," Frank answered. "We didn't see any other cabin through the field glasses." Frank had started the car, and he followed Chet's directions to a diner. It proved to be an excellent eating place. Hot, juicy hamburgers and milk soon revived the boys' energy. Frank spoke with optimism. "I've been thinking about the search," he told the others. "I have an idea for going ahead on our own." Eagerly, Chet and Joe gave him their attention. "We're going to an animal auction," Frank announced. "An animal auction?" Joe echoed. "Where?" "On the outskirts of the next town. I saw the advertisement in the window of Giller's store as we went by. The auction is being held today, and it ought to be starting in half an hour." "But what are we going to buy?" Chet wanted to know. "Not an animal." "We sure are. A dog," Frank answered. "A dog to bait a trap. We'll take him back to Captain McGuire's cabin. If somebody's been stealing dogs, I just hope he tries to take ours, because we're going to be ready for him." "Great idea," Joe said enthusiastically. "Well, okay," agreed Chet doubtfully, "as long as we're careful. I'd hate to see harm come to any dog." "Don't worry, Chet," Frank assured him. "We'll be on guard." A few minutes later, the boys started off once more. As they left the tiny village, the ride became increasingly bumpy. "Wow," Joe exclaimed. "This sure is a washboard road. Must have been built in the horse and buggy days." Recent heavy rains had gullied the roadbed and left large exposed stones that pounded the tires unmercifully. After descending a long hill, a series of hairpin turns, the car approached a small iron railing bridge across a deep chasm. The waters of an overfull mountain river turned below. The sign on the bridge read, "Capacity load, 5 tons. "Guess you'll have to swim over, Chet." Frank said jokingly. The plump boy snorted indignantly as the big convertible rolled onto the planks of the bridge. When it was halfway across, A splintering, cracking sound gave warning that the wooden planks were giving way. "We're gonna crash through!" Chet yelled. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Unusual Bait. As Frank Hardy heard the crunching sound of the planks collapsing beneath the car, the thought flashed through his mind, "Keep going, it's our only chance." Instantly he pushed the gas pedal to the floor. There was a whine of rubber on wood and splintering sounds. The back end of the convertible seemed to shudder and sink. Then at the last second the spinning tires caught hold, and the convertible lurched forward and was out of danger, on the other side of the bridge. "Whew!" exclaimed Frank, stopping the car. "What did I tell you, Chet? I should have let you cross the bridge by yourself." But Chet was too thankful for their narrow escape to retort. Joe was already out of the car. "Let's have a look around," he urged. Firmly taking hold of the iron railings, the brothers ventured out onto the bridge. 2 planks dangled toward the dark water. One was missing entirely. "We'll have to do something," Joe declared, "to warn the other drivers." Crossing to the opposite bank, Frank and Joe set up a temporary roadblock by rolling some logs down from the wooded hillside. Meanwhile, Chet arranged a line of good-sized rocks to close off the bridge on the other end. "We must report this as soon as we come to a phone," Joe remarked. For more than a mile the road continued through wooded hills. At last the boys reached a farmhouse. On the rural mailbox was the name Wynne. Frank explained the situation at the bridge to the family, who had just sat down to an early supper. Immediately the father left the table to phone the police. "Such a narrow escape, boys," the mother declared sympathetically. "Won't you sit a while and eat something with us?" Frank answered courteously, "Thanks a lot, Miss Wynne, but we want to make the animal auction in town before it closes." As the boys said a friendly goodbye to the family, they resumed their trip. 15 minutes later, they passed a large sign, "Animal Auction," just ahead on the right. In a moment, Frank had pulled into the parking area next to several red buildings and pens. The trio jumped from the car and entered the high building, with ramps of seats rising steeply to the roof. Men in working clothes occupied the seats, and from a platform at one end of the building, a skinny man in a vest and shirt sleeves was speaking in a loud, ringing voice. The auctioneer was showing his audience the good points of a young workhorse. Next, the assistant led out a brown and white heifer. "These are the larger animals," Frank observed. "The dogs must be in another building." Frank, Joe, and Chet made their way to the door. Suddenly, Joe clutched his brother's arm. Without speaking, he pointed up into the tiers of seats. Among the farmers and stockmen sat a tall man with alert, piercing eyes and a full mustache. He wore a wide-brimmed hat and a well-cut sports jacket. "Don't you recognize him?" Joe insisted. For a moment, all 3 boys stared up at the tall, commanding figure. Suddenly, the man's sharp eyes encountered their own. Feeling that they had embarrassed the man by staring at him, the boys went outside. "That was Colonel Thunder, the puma trainer from Clatch's Carnival," declared Joe. "What's he doing at an auction of domestic animals?" "Search me," Chet answered. "Let's try here." He led the way into a long, low building filled with assorted sounds. Chickens cackled, dogs barked, pigs squealed, goats and lambs bleated. The long-eared rabbits hopped about in cages, watching the commotion with twitching noses. The dogs, mostly working and hunting breeds, were at the end of the room. Chet passed the collies and the shepherds that might be used for herding, and headed for the hounds with their long ears and soft, expressive eyes. "I've always wanted a good hound dog," he said enthusiastically. "Let's see, what shall we get? A coonhound? No, too big. Bloodhound? Too gloomy. Basset? Too fat. Its legs are too short." "Look who's talking," Joe teased. But Chet was too busy to hear. "Say, will you look at that, fellas?" he pointed. In the corner stood a boy about 11 years old. 6 fat, half-grown puppies were scrambling about his legs. "Beagles," Chet commented, indicating the broad backs, short legs, and pointed tails. Suddenly, one of the pups bounded across the floor and began to nuzzle Chet's trouser leg. As the boy bent down, the beagle's long red tongue licked his hand frantically. "This has to be the one," Chet declared happily, lifting the pup into his arms. "Come here, little fella." "We'll take him," Frank said to the young owner. "How much?" $5, the boy replied. "Sold," agreed Frank, and took out his wallet. As he selected a bill, his attention was distracted by his brother, who quietly touched his elbow. With a nod, Joe indicated a transaction taking place a few stalls away. The man that they had seen in the other building, Colonel Thunder, seemed to be buying sheep. "Friend of yours?" asked the boy with the pups. "No, we've just seen him someplace before." "Well, he's getting cheated," the boy snickered. "That sheep's so old it can hardly stand on its legs. Why would anybody buy a critter like that?" "Just what I'm wondering," Joe murmured, as the boys walked out with our puppy. "Why does Colonel Thunder need a sheep? To feed his pumas?" Once in the car, the little beagle began to tremble violently. "He'll be all right," Chet assured them. "Just the first time he's been away from his brothers and sisters." Kind-hearted Chet allowed the new pet to snuggle up inside his sweater. As Frank started the car, he said, "I want to get back to the cabin. There's a chance that Captain McGuire may have returned." They traveled a few miles over the bumpy road when Frank suddenly stopped the car and exclaimed in annoyance, "What's the matter with me? We can't go back this way. The bridge is out." "We'll have to find another route to Black Hollow," Joe said. After turning around in a farm lane, Frank consulted the road map for a few minutes, and then he headed back toward the auction. At the next town, the boys stopped to eat, and as they set off again, the roads improved. It was now about 7 o'clock. The sun was still high, but the air was pleasantly cool. Traffic became increasingly heavy. Many cars were filled with entire families, all going in the same direction. "Wonder where these people are headed," mused Joe. "Most of them are dressed up." "There's your answer," returned his brother. Just ahead of them, beside the highway, appeared a familiar line of tents. Soon the wind brought the sound of the loudspeakers to their ears. "Clatch's Carnival has a new location," Frank observed. "Good, let's stop in," Chet proposed. "I could use some peanuts and some popcorn." Frank looked sternly at their chunky friend from one side, and Joe looked sternly at him from the other. "Oh, I was kidding, fellas," he said. "What I really want to see is that puma act again." "Well, that's better," Frank admitted. "I'd like to see it again myself." After parking, the 3 friends made their way to Colonel Thunder's show tent. Chet carried the now content puppy inside his sweater. "I just thought of something," he said. "Do you suppose the Colonel will be here? We just saw him at the auction." "Don't worry," Joe answered. "He had time to get here while we were driving in the wrong direction." Sure enough, the Colonel's amazing act was already in progress when the trio entered. The tall trainer, wearing the same white outfit, managed the dangerous cats with the same daring disregard for the puma that had always remained directly behind his back. This time, however, the performance went off without a hitch. As the crowd climbed down from the bleachers and filed out, Joe pushed forward to the cage for a closer look at the pumas. They were sleek beasts, strong, young, and well-fed. At the same moment, Colonel Thunder emerged from the cage through a small door right next to Joe. "Some animals you have there," Joe remarked to the man. "What kind of food do you give them to eat?" "Raw meat that we get from the local butchers," the Colonel replied. He spoke politely, but his manner was distant, and he walked away immediately. "But we saw him buying that sheep at the auction," Joe protested, as the boys drove homeward. "If If it was to feed his pumas, why didn't he mention it? When Frank pulled up to the cabin, it was almost 9 o'clock. The sun was gone and the woods were dark, but overhead the sky remained luminous in the afterglow. The boys, half hopeful that their host had returned, entered the cabin, but the place was silent. Frank's note lay undisturbed on the kitchen table. Captain McGuire had not returned. "Where is he?" Joe burst out. "We must find him, and soon." Suddenly Frank held up his hand. "Listen, outside! A car!" The boys ran to the porch. In the clearing, an automobile's parking lights gleamed. A plump little man in a business suit got out, slammed the door to the car, and walked rapidly toward them. "Where's McGuire?" he demanded in an irritable voice that matched his rather dour face. "Not here just now," Frank answered noncommittally. "Not here? Where is he then? He owes me some money." "I'll tell him you were around," said Frank. "What's your name?" "Weber. Wyckoff Weber. He knows." "I'm an attorney in Forestburg." "An attorney?" Joe spoke up. "Maybe you can tell us about Black Hollow, Mr. Weber. It belongs to the Donners, doesn't it?" "Yes. They used to have summer cottages down in it, but the place burned down. Haven't seen a Donner around here since." "What do you make of the witch story?" Frank asked. For a second, the lawyer's eyes shifted away before he replied. "A lot of nonsense. The hollow has peculiar, reverberating qualities. Somebody screaming miles away could be heard here, and clearly, too." "I see. Well, we'll give Captain McGuire your message, Mr. Weber." As the lawyer's car pulled away, Joe observed, "That's one fellow I wouldn't trust for 2 minutes." Chet now hurried to give their pet some milk and meat scraps. As the little dog ate hungrily, Frank said, "I'm going to test out what Weber told us. Sounded phony to me. I'll drive around to the opposite rim and yell. The wind is blowing in this direction. You fellas stay here and listen. When I get there, I'll blink the car's headlights." Frank drove off to circle around the far side of Black Hollow. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Hermit. Joe and Chet walked to the edge of Black Hollow. Darkness descended. Presently, a short beam of light could be seen traveling rapidly along the opposite rim, almost 2 miles away. "Must be Frank," Joe murmured as he raised his binoculars. For a moment the beam disappeared, and then the two boys saw 2 bright lights blink on and then off. "Frank has turned the car to face us," said Joe. Chet and Joe held their breaths, listening intently. A fresh breeze blew against their faces from the direction of the automobile lights, but no sound reached them. In a moment the lights were gone, and the beam could be seen traveling again. Frank was on his way back. When he reached the cabin, Frank said, "I screamed my lungs out. I blew the car horn, too." "I didn't hear a thing," Joe told him as the boys re-entered the cabin. The gasoline lanterns were lighted, and Chet prepared supper. Frank rested his elbows on the table, frowning. "The hollow doesn't have any echoes to speak of," he noted, "so Weber was lying. But why?" "Sure," said Joe. "He's lived around here long enough to know the truth. But what's he hiding? Is he covering up for somebody?" "He didn't seem to know that Captain McGuire is missing," Chet put in. "Wouldn't be too sure of that," Joe cautioned. "He may have come around just to find out how much we know." Frank agreed. There's something more than witchery going on here. Things look bad for Captain McGuire. We must press the hunt for him tomorrow. Hoping to make an early start the next day, the boys decided not to expose the puppy to the dog thief and stay on watch, but to get some sleep instead. Sleep would not come, however, except in fitful dozes. Each boy found himself waiting, listening for that terrible scream that had roused them the night before. About midnight, Joe whispered suddenly, "Hush!" A new sound floated up from the depths of the black hollow. A long, screeching sound. "Creepers," Chet quavered. "Last night the witch screamed. Tonight she's screeching. What next?" Meanwhile, the little puppy had begun to whine and tremble. Suddenly, Joe began to laugh. "I don't see what's so funny," Chet said crossly. "Our poor puppy is shaken all over." "Of course he is," Joe laughed. "He hears his natural enemy. Witch my eye! That screeching, my friends, is nothing but the sound of a screech owl." "Owl?" repeated Chet. "A screech owl?" "No, a screech owl wails, Chet," Joe replied. "It's a barn owl that screeches." Chet sat up from his bunk. "You mean that what we heard tonight was nothing but a barn owl?" Joe nodded. "It must have been. And barn owls have been associated with witches and ghosts for centuries. But that screaming from last night definitely did not come from any barn owl. Furthermore," said Frank, "barn owls don't steal dogs." "Well, let's get some sleep before the sun comes up. We'll just have to get used to these weird sounds." "Owl or no owl," Chet put in, "it gives me the willies." A gray, misty dawn the next morning found the boys already up and about. After breakfast, while Chet made sandwiches to take on the search, Frank and Joe walked out to Rim Road to look for Sheriff Ecker's party. In an hour, a bright sun had burned the mist away, but no searchers had arrived. "All right," said Frank, "we're on our own. We'll go down and call on Mr. Donner first." The door of the cabin opened, and the little beagle rushed out, only to be brought to a tumbling halt by a piece of clothesline attached to his collar. Chet held the other end with his hand. "Whoa there, Mystery!" called the stout boy, who carried a knapsack in his back. "Mystery?" repeated Joe. "That's his name?" "Yes, 'cause the little feller's gonna help us solve this here mystery." Once more, the three boys descended the steep path to the floor of the hollow. Around them, the woods preserved their eerie silence. Even the puppy showed no desire to range about. Suddenly, Frank called a halt. "It's the same as yesterday," he said in a low, perplexed voice. "I'm sure we're being followed." The three listened, hardly breathing, but there was nothing to be seen or heard. "All right, let's go," Frank signaled finally. Almost before they knew it, the boys had reached that queer windowless cabin. Frank stepped forward and rapped sharply on the door. Immediately it was pulled inward. A tall, broad-shouldered man with heavy brows, a full mustache, and piercing eyes confronted them. "Colonel Thunder!" Joe blurted. "Colonel?" the man repeated quizzically in a deep, hearty voice. "Take it easy on the rank there, boy. You couldn't even call me a buck private, seeing as how I was never in the army." "You mean," faltered Chet, "you're not Colonel Bill Thunder, the fearless animal trainer?" The big man gave a booming laugh. "Nope, I'm afraid I'm just plain Walter Donner." Perplexed, Joe stammered. "Well, Colonel Mr. Donner? We're afraid that something's happened to a friend of ours. Captain Thomas McGuire. He owns the cabin on the other side of the hollow. He disappeared from his cabin at least 2 nights ago." Immediately, Mr. Donnell's genial face became serious. Better come in a while, boys. Just tie the puppy outside there, will you?" Frank, Joe, and Chet followed their host into the tidy little room, furnished with a rustic wooden table and chairs. "Leave the door open for the light. Sit down here, I'll be back in a minute." The tall man ducked easily through a low, narrow doorway into the kitchen beyond. The boys could hear pots being moved about and a door being closed. In a moment, Donner was back. "Now," he addressed them, "who is this Captain McGuire, and what happened to him? Let's get all the details." The boys introduced themselves, and then Joe explained. He's a friend of ours who lives on the edge of the hollow. The captain was expecting us, but when we arrived, the day before yesterday, there was no sign of him. He'd vanished. We tracked him into the hollow, where we found his flashlight and 2 shotgun shells that he probably fired. Yes, Donner broke in. There was some shooting the other night. At first I thought it was a hunter, but I didn't hear any dogs, which are used for hunting coon, or anything legal, so I assumed it was somebody poaching deer. As for your friend, I'm sorry I've never heard of him. Well, thanks anyhow, Mr. Donner, said Frank. But say, would you know anything about the dogs we understand are disappearing in the neighborhood? You promised to look for a puppy that's missing. Thoughtfully, the big man frowned. Very likely a dog thief. You see, there's a big illegal market on dogs for medical experimentation. I'd like to get my hands on the wrench who steals them, he said indignantly. You see, I like animals. We did see something else suspicious yesterday, Frank went on. A strange person was spying on us. He looked, well, he seemed half wild. Ah, there I can help you, declared Mr. Donner. He raised his finger. You must mean Simon. He's a mute boy who lives with his widowed mother over in the next valley. He can hear, but he lost his voice by an injury to his throat, I understand, before he even learned to talk. He runs wild in the hollow all summer, lives on berries and whatever he can pilfer from nearby farms. Is he dangerous? Chet asked. I'd keep away from him. He'd just as soon heave a rock at you as not. You know, it might be Simon who's making off with these dogs. Animals and birds seem to interest him. Brr, Chet shuddered. I don't see how you can stand it here, Mr. Donner. Boys running half wild, and that witch shrieking at night. At this, their host's eyes twinkled with amusement. Well, young fellow, he said to Chet with a wink. Intelligence tells me it's certainly no witch. But I'll have to admit, every time I hear the screams, chills run up and down my spine. Frank and Joe, thinking about how they'd been startled by the owl, grinned also. A soft popping sound was heard from the kitchen. There's my coffee, Donner announced abruptly. Come to the kitchen, boys. With eager curiosity, Frank, Joe, and Chet followed their host through the narrow doorway. They found themselves in a small, windowless kitchen, lighted by 2 kerosene lamps. There was a little wood stove for warmth, but Donner cooked on a small gasoline range. In a moment, he'd whipped up cocoa for them and poured out coffee for himself. Yes, I camp out here, he said, as the 4 sat around the plank table near a ventilation flue. I come for a rest, I take it easy, and I raise a few sheep. It's a quiet place. Quiet is right, Chet agreed. You'd never even know it was here. Ah, but that was the idea, said Donner. The idea of living in the cabin, I mean. I guess you could call me a hermit. I love this cabin. You notice the way it just blends in with the surroundings? Take a look at the back wall of this kitchen, see? Solid rock. That's the rock face of the hollow. This cabin is over 100 years old. Do you know what was going on then? Let me see, said Joe. That would be just about the right time for the Civil War. Right. This was one of the stations on the Underground Railway, the route for smuggling runaway slaves up to Canada. That's why it's so well hidden. And it has no windows, no lights to give it away at night. It's small, but it's comfortable. While he examined the unusual little house, one fact stuck in Joe's mind. There seemed to be only one door in the place, the one at the front. How was a runaway slave supposed to escape if they were surprised here? Besides, hadn't he heard a door closing earlier? Or had he just imagined it? While Joe wondered, suddenly there came an urgent knocking. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Rock Barrage. The sunlight streaming into the hermit's cabin was suddenly blocked off by the stocky figure of Sheriff Ecker. "Morning, Donner," he said as the tall man came forward with his hand outstretched. "Sorry to break in, but we're going to need your help." By this time, Frank, Joe, and Chet had come from the kitchen. "Oh, the boys found you first, did they?" The sheriff spoke in a gruff but friendly voice. He was dressed for the wilderness in high-top boots and a sturdy belt from which hung a heavy revolver in its holster. 3 men were standing together behind the sheriff. "Well, here's your search party," Ecker said to Joe. "It's not much of a posse. 3 men are all I can spare, but we'll do what we can. With what you fellows and Donner here, we'll have 8, and that's pretty good. Sorry I couldn't get a hold of a good dog to take along." "That's all right, Sheriff," Chet spoke up. "We have Mystery." "Our beagle," Joe explained hastily. "Search party?" repeated Donner. "That sounds terribly official to me, Sheriff." Sheriff Ecker shot a quick look up at the smiling Donner. "Did the boys tell you what's up?" "Well, they did say something about their captain friend being missing. He probably just went for a long hike in the woods. I'd no idea it was so important that the sheriff personally would lead a search party in these out-of-the-way parts," he added, smiling. Sheriff Ecker frowned, obviously reminded of other urgent matters. Joe and Frank glanced at each other. Would the man change his mind about conducting the search? But Ecker merely said, "I'd like you to come along, Mr. Donner, since you know the hollow so well." "By all means," agreed the big man. "But now that you're here, come in and have a look at my little retreat, Sheriff. It's over 100 years old. I was just telling the boys that it used to be a hideout for runaway slaves." Hospitably, Donner conducted Ecker through the cabin while the boys waited. Joe went to introduce himself to the 3 deputies. Chet, meanwhile, accompanied by their frisky young puppy, wandered over to the 3-cornered sheep pen and peered inside. Frank stayed near the door of Donner's house. He stared thoughtfully at the ground. Something shiny that lay deep in the tall meadow grass caught his eye. Unobserved by the others, he stooped down, examined the object, and slipped it into his pocket, just before Donner and the sheriff appeared. "Ready to go, boys?" Donner boomed. Their group now formed under his direction. Donner had put on a dapper felt hat with bright-colored trout flies hooked on the band. With an amused grin, he was stuffing a long-barreled target pistol with a fancy pearl handle into his belt. "Now I feel like a real deputy," he joked. Frank and Chet took their places with Joe. "Now, my husky young friend," Donner went on, gripping Chet's shoulder, "suppose you come up front with your dog? Black Hollow has 2 kinds of terrain, woods on the bottom and rock on the sides. We'll take the woods first and the rocks later." Quickly the searchers were told by Sheriff Ecker to fan out, in order to cover as much ground as possible. Each person was to keep the man on the right of him in plain sight, and was responsible for the area between them. Chet, with Mystery, eagerly sniffing and straining at his homemade leash, was placed near the center, slightly in advance of the rest. Sheriff Ecker stationed himself on the left wing, and Frank and Joe to the extreme right. Donner took the middle so he could call all directions. In this order the party advanced into the thick woods on the hunt for Captain McGuire. The tangled undergrowth, the dim light, and the numerous trees growing densely together made the progress difficult and slow. "Sheriff," Donner called out, "there's a little gully over near you. Check it. McGuire may have fallen into it." In a minute the report came back. "Nobody there." Another time the woodsman sang out jokingly, "You, Joe Hardy. You'll be coming to a hollow tree. Better look inside and see if your friend's inside." Joe smiled faintly, but he was beginning to be annoyed at Donner's rather light-hearted approach to the affair. Treats the whole thing like a lark, the young sleuth thought. All the while, his keen eyes scanned the ground. Bushes and heavy undergrowth. Frank and Chet were almost constantly on the alert. The search continued through the gloomy hollow. All at once, Mystery gave a high-pitched yap at something that had startled him. "A man!" Chet shouted. "I see a body!" From both sides, the searchers came pounding toward him. All stared ahead into the dark woods. Ahead lay the huddled figure of a man in a black coat and cap and gray trousers. Tensely, with Mystery bounding along, they pressed forward. Frank and Joe were the first to reach the figure. Both gasped in relief. "It's only a fallen tree limb," Joe exclaimed as the others came up. "Some eyes you've got, Morton," Donner roared. The deputies shook their heads, half amused, half exasperated. "Well, it looked like a body from far away," Chet apologized ruefully. "Might as well call a halt and rest now that we're all together," Sheriff Ecker interposed. Eager to make amends, Chet opened his knapsack and passed around tuna fish, egg salad, and ham and cheese sandwiches. The three deputies sat on the tree limb that had fooled Chet. Frank, Joe, and the sheriff squatted on their heels while Donner lounged against a tree. "It's noon, but you'd never know it in these dark woods," Sheriff Ecker commented. While Chet went from man to man with a big thermos of coffee, Frank brought the tiny transistor radio from his pocket and turned it on to the 12 o'clock news. The swift, precise voice of the announcer roused the search party's attention. New Jersey and Pennsylvania State Police were forced to admit defeat this morning in their attempt to recover thousands of dollars worth of surgical equipment stolen last night from a truck en route to New Jersey. Daring hijackers stopped the tractor-trailer carrying the equipment, knocked the driver unconscious, and apparently fled in a vehicle of their own. No trace of them has been discovered. Frank and Joe exchanged meaningful glances. This news indicated that their father's work on the case was far from finished. Officials emphasized, the broadcaster continued, that this robbery was only the latest in a series of many which have taken place in the area recently. Combined efforts of law enforcement agencies in both states to round up the hijackers have so far ended in total failure. "Turn it off," the sheriff snapped. Donner, however, merely chuckled and shook his head with amusement. "Now, isn't that just like our state police?" he said. "Just don't want to work overtime, probably. No wonder they can't keep up with these hijackers. When thieves are on a job, they don't worry about the hours." "Now, Sheriff, you tell me," the big man went on. "Why aren't these criminals caught? All it would take, it seems to me, is a system of alerting all policemen within a reasonable radius and posting them on all possible escape routes." "Mr. Donner, I know you mean well," answered Ecker, frowning. "But you're hitting kind of close to home. I was out all night myself, and my men were too. We were out the night before that, and I'd be watching the roads right now if I wasn't here, searching for this man who's disappeared. A policeman can't do two things at once, you know. No more than any other man." "You're right, Sheriff, and I'm sorry," Walter Donner apologized. "Let's finish this search." Accordingly, the party spread out in a line again, and the hunt went on. By mid-afternoon, the searchers had thoroughly combed the wooded valley floor without discovering a clue to Captain McGuire's whereabouts. Now they found themselves up against a steep, rocky side of a hollow. "I see a cave up there," said Donner, pointing above the ledges and boulders. "It's just possible we may find something in it." You boys go on ahead, I'll come up after you. I'm not in very good condition for climbing." In a moment, Joe Hardy was working his way nimbly up the gray rock wall. Frank and Chet followed close behind. Above them, the cave mouth was a black opening in the rocks. Soon Joe reached a narrow ledge, about a third of the way up. As he pulled himself onto it, however, he was suddenly staggered by a stone that crashed into his forehead. "Look out! Above you!" Donner shouted. Other stones came bounding down at the climbing boys, narrowly missing them. Looking up, they saw a tall, lean figure at the top of the hollow. He kept hurling the dangerous missiles. "It's Simon!" cried Donner. "Watch out!" The mute boy waved his arms threateningly. "He's trying to stop us from coming up," Joe said grimly. "Well, he's not going to succeed." Although his head was bleeding, the plucky boy crawled upward again, after Frank, who was now in the lead. Chet was climbing at a slower pace behind them. Seeing the trio advance, the strange boy redoubled his barrage. One stone bruised Frank's forearm. Another skipped off his back. Dodging, the determined boy crawled steadily upward. He reached the ledge at the mouth of the cave, and then he turned. With a skillful pull and twist, he hauled his brother up beside him. Abruptly, the stoning ceased. Frank and Joe turned to face the cave itself. In the next instant, they froze in their tracks. Barely 3 feet from their faces, a deadly timber rattler was coiling to strike. At that moment, 2 more of the venomous snakes slithered out of the cave itself. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Setting a Trap. There was no escape for the Hardys. The ledge was too narrow. They were trapped by the deadly reptiles. The steep drop below the cave cut off all chance of rapid descent. While the 2 rattlers slithered toward their exposed ankles, Frank and Joe raised their arms in an attempt to ward off the strike from the reptile coiled just above them. Crack! The shot of a pistol was followed, in a split second, by the unmistakable smack of a bullet hitting home. The snake's long body exploded straight upward, writhing, and then fell with a thud at the Hardys' feet. Startled, the 2 other rattlers retreated into the cave. "Off the ledge, quick!" cried Frank. Scrambling backward, both boys hung for an instant by their fingertips from the ledge. In another moment, they were grasped firmly by Chet Morton and Walter Donner, who had climbed up the steep rock face. Donner held in one hand the smoking long-barreled pistol, which had ended the life of the deadly snake. When the 4 climbers were back on the ground, Sheriff Ecker wiped his brow in relief. "A close call," he declared, still shaken. "There wasn't a thing that we could do." "Lucky for us you decided to come up, Mr. Donner," Joe addressed the tall man gratefully. "And even luckier you can shoot so well." "We're certainly thankful that you were near enough to shoot," Frank added. "Your bullet must have caught that rattler right in the head." Walter Donner's face, usually so good-natured, had become serious and even stern. "I'm glad I happened to be here," he answered. "I hate to think of what would have happened otherwise. Suppose you boys had gone rushing up to that cave without looking where you were going, and I wasn't around? That would have been a terrible tragedy." Putting one arm around Chet's shoulders and another around Joe, Donner continued, "If you ever listen to anything, listen to me now. You can't be too careful in the woods. You never know where the danger is going to come from. Sometimes under your feet, sometimes over your heads. Snakes like to sun themselves on dry, rocky ledges. Don't climb around carelessly. Once you are in the wilderness, remember, caution, boys, always caution." "Mr. Donner," one of the deputies said empathetically, I've got 2 boys at home, and I couldn't have said it better to them than you just did." "Yep," another agreed. "The woods is no place for kid stuff. You've got to be on the lookout." "It's true," Sheriff Ecker put in. "Most people who get into trouble in the woods just don't know any better. They can't tell directions, they're not careful where they step, and they forget to bring matches and so on. Always somebody coming up from town, getting lost in these mountains." "Well," Donner's voice became jovial again, "I'm sure these lads are going to be real careful after what happened today." He turned to the Hardys. "Maybe you'd better stay out of Black Hollow entirely. It's a dangerous place, especially with Simon throwing rocks at people. Besides, it seems certain your friend isn't here." Thwarted and disappointed at finding no trace of the missing captain, Frank, Joe, and Chet thanked the search party and returned to the cabin. Frank washed and dressed the stone cut on his brother's head. "How's it feel?" he asked. "Terrible. I have a corker of a headache." While Joe lay down to rest, Frank again studied the calendar notations made by the captain. Chet Morton busied himself getting supper. When it was ready, the stout boy called out cheerily, "Soup's on, come and get it." Although Chet had outdone himself to produce the meal of steak, fried potatoes, and hot vegetables, the brothers hardly seemed to notice the food. They ate in thoughtful silence. Chet watched his 2 friends uneasily. "Still feeling blue about it?" he asked at last. "About what, Chet?" "About that lecture Donner gave us. He sure made it sound as if we're babes in the woods. Boy, did that get me mad for a minute there. Why, the 3 of us have been camping for years. I felt like telling him a thing or two." "So did I, Chet," Joe admitted ruefully. "But I couldn't because he'd just saved our lives. It really looked as if we were babes in the woods." "Let's be fair, fellows," Frank put in. "It's not true that we're not tenderfeet. But what happened was our own fault. We should have thought about the possibility of snakes. I know they're apt to be in the rocks as well as Donner does." A new idea suddenly crossed Frank's mind. "As well as Donner does," he repeated thoughtfully. "If he knows it, why didn't he warn us before we went up? Besides, he knows more than that. He knows every rock and tree in Black Hollow, as Sheriff Ecker told us. We trusted Donner's knowledge of the hollow. That's why we weren't careful." "But who sent us up into that cave? Donner." "That's right," Joe chimed in excitedly. "And remember, he invited us to give up the search and to stay out of the hollow. There's something fishy about that man in his house. I know I heard a door open in the back, but there wasn't any sign of one in the kitchen. What I can't figure out," Frank went on, "is why Donner would send us up into a den of rattlers and then save our lives. Because the only reason he climbed up along with us was to get within pistol range of the snakes. The sheriff and his men couldn't shoot. We were in the line of fire." "Well, there's your answer," Joe declared forcefully. "I believe it was Donner's idea to establish us as woeful, inexperienced boys in front of witnesses. Suppose some accident does happen to us down there. The sheriff won't be suspicious, because he thinks we don't know how to take care of ourselves." "You mean that Donner might be planning to kill us and make it look like an accident?" Chet asked. "Who knows?" Frank nodded seriously. "Another thing. The rock throwing by Simon, the mute. Is he in league with Donner? Or was he perhaps throwing stones at us because we were with Donner?" Joe frowned. "It's a puzzler, all right, including Donner's resemblance to Colonel Thunder. Hey, I nearly forgot." Frank reached into his pocket and placed a shiny metal disc on the table. "What's this?" asked Chet, picking it up. "Oh, it's a dog tag. What's it say?" "Skippy? That's Bobby Thompson's little dog. Where did you find this?" It was in the grass near Donner's front door. "You think that Donner's been stealing dogs?" Joe queried. "Is he mixed up in some kind of animal racket? He said himself that there was an illegal market for dogs." Perplexed, Frank shook his head. "You have me there. If he steals them, I can't figure out what he does with them. There aren't any around his house." "That's true," Chet agreed. "I took another look in the sheep pen. Nothing's in it but sheep." Could it be that Skippy just wandered off from the Thompsons and lost his tag down by Donner's? At that moment, the boy's own puppy could be heard noisily lapping up warm milk from a pan that Chet had put down for him. "We can't let anything happen to Mystery," Chet finished anxiously. Hearing his name, the little beagle romped happily over to Chet's chair. "Yes, Mystery," the chunky boy crooned, while the dog's tail thumped the floor. "We won't let anything happen to you." "All the same, I think tonight is the time to set our trap for the dog thief," Frank declared. "Right," Joe agreed promptly. "Mystery, old pup, you're gonna be the bait." Now wait a minute, fellas," Chet protested. "I won't agree to this unless I'm sure we can safeguard Mystery." "I think we can," said Frank. "We'll just tie him up on the porch after dark. Chet and Joe, you watch from right inside the door at all times, and I'll hide at the side of the house. That way we ought to catch any dog napper that comes around." Accordingly, about 10 o'clock, the gasoline lanterns were turned out and the little cabin was in solid darkness. Heavy clouds, promising a storm later on, had begun rolling across the sky. The air was dense and still. Chet and Joe opened the cabin door quietly and led Mystery outside. After securing the dog's rope to the railing, the two withdrew to stand guard. From within, they could scarcely make out the dog in the total darkness. Soon afterward, Frank, wearing dark clothes, slipped out the back door and stationed himself between Captain McGuire's old car and the side of the cabin, a few steps from the porch. The youth sat down and waited, listening intently. Gradually, his eyes became accustomed to the night. Even so, he realized that a person advancing across the clearing, with the background of thick trees, would be nearly impossible to see. The night air seemed to grow heavier and warmer. Flickers of lightning began to play about the horizon. The thunder became louder. Suddenly, a streak of lightning lit up the clearing for a bare instant, and then the blackness closed down again. A tremendous thunderclap followed instantly. Frank checked his watch. It was nearly midnight. Another flash came, accompanied by a long roll of thunder. On the porch, the beagle whined. "The storm's nearly on top of us," Frank noted. Almost immediately came another white blaze of lightning and a fearful crash of thunder. The first heavy drops of rain pelted down. Mystery's whine suddenly changed into a frantic, high-pitched barking. Distracted for a moment by the storm's arrival, Frank hesitated an instant and then sprang forward. At that same moment, Joe and Chet burst out of the front door. Mystery was gone. The dog's yelping could be heard, but the sound grew fainter. A sheet of lightning made the clearing and the woods brighter than day. Frank, Joe, and Chet caught sight of a figure fleeing swiftly down the path into the hollow. "After him!" Joe shouted. Armed with flashlights, the three boys raced in pursuit. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Sketch of a Thief. Sprinting across the clearing, Frank, Joe, and Chet entered the dark woods on a run. They were forced to slow up at once, however, in order to pick out the path with their flashlights. Ahead of them, the dog thief pounded forward in the darkness, apparently certain of his way even without a light. Mystery's whimpers came back to the boys, and then were drowned in a rumble of thunder. Raindrops could be heard pattering on the tree leaves overhead. In the momentary glare of lightning flashes, the three boys could see a figure ahead, running swiftly downward toward the floor of the hollow. Suddenly, from the blackness came a human cry, followed by the clatter of something or somebody falling among the rocks, and then a heavy crashing in the underbrush. All the while, Mystery barked frantically. Recklessly, the pursuers dashed to the bottom of the path. Someone was groaning in pain in the dense underbrush to the right. The sound of running footsteps continued. "Joe! Chet!" Frank commanded breathlessly. "Find out what's going on in the bush. I'll keep after the thief." "Roger!" snapped Joe. With flashlight beams darting here and there, Joe and Chet moved forward through the dense growth. The crashing of bushes told them that their quarry was moving too, but no more groans reached their ears. Soon they could hear nothing but the sound of the rain falling heavily on the leaves and the claps of thunder. "No use, we've lost him," Joe decided quickly. "Back to the path, Chet." In the meantime, Frank had been able to increase his speed on the level valley floor. Hoping to catch the fleeing figure off guard, the youth no longer used his flashlight, but relied instead on the lightning's vivid glare. Suddenly, as the woods were illuminated by an especially dazzling flash, Frank recognized the thin, tall figure running just 30 yards ahead of him, with a wiggling object under one arm. "Simon!" Frank called out. "Wait!" But the strange boy wheeled and made a dash for the rocky side of the hollow. Limping slightly as though hurt, but still with amazing agility, Simon clambered swiftly upward over the rocks. Frank had almost closed the gap between them in a final spring. Bounding upward himself, he made a lunge and grasped the fleeing boy's ankle firmly with one hand. Mystery, barking fiercely, was thrown clear. Simon, who'd been dragged backward, suddenly recovered and threw himself upon Frank. By now the storm was at its height. The rain fell in sheets, and flickers of lightning illuminated the fierce struggle between the two boys. Keeping a cool head, Frank tried to subdue the boy by means of a wrestling hold, but Simon's wet clothing and his unexpected, immense strength enabled him to wrench free, throwing Frank to the ground. Quickly, Simon grabbed a heavy rock and poised it above Frank's head. "Drop it!" came a sudden shout from below. Startled, Simon turned and the rock slipped from his grasp. Frank quickly scrambled to his feet and dived forward to make a fast, clean tackle. In another moment, Joe and Chet arrived and made the capture complete. As Frank and Joe held onto the tall, mute boy, Chet demanded angrily, "Where's my dog?" "Take it easy, Chet," Frank warned. "Simon's injured and he's frightened. Remember, he can't answer you." But there was no need for Chet to hunt for Mystery. The drenched, trembling little beagle came frantically forward and joyfully to his master. "Get that piece of clothesline on Mystery's collar," Frank directed. "We'll tie Simon's hands for safety until we get him back to the cabin." Slowly, the three friends and their captive made their way out of the hollow. Frank and Joe supported the limping mute boy on either side as they climbed the steep trail. Simon made no further attempt to escape. By the time the boys reached the cabin, they were drenched, but the rain had stopped, and a fresh wind was clearing away the storm clouds. "Mission accomplished," Chet declared delightedly. "Now for something to eat, and then a nice dry bed. What do you say, Mystery?" After changing his clothes, Chet went immediately to the kitchen. In a few moments he had a big pot of soup heating on the stove, and then made ham sandwiches for everyone. Meanwhile, Frank and Joe had untied their prisoner, told him to remove his wet clothing, and given him a warm bathrobe of Captain McGuire's to put on. In the brightly lighted cabin, Frank and Joe had their first chance for a close look at Simon. He was about 14, but extremely tall for his age and wiry in build. He had dark, tangled hair that had not been cut in some time. That's what makes him appear wild, Frank thought. As Simon sat, Frank examined a deep, ugly cut on the boy's leg. No wonder he was limping. Get the first aid kit, Joe. Though Simon watched them all suspiciously, he seemed frightened rather than savage. Both Hardys were struck by the gentle look in the boy's face. When Joe returned with the first aid kit, he submitted meekly while his wound was washed and dressed. Joe applied a stinking antiseptic, but Simon barely winced with the pain. "Don't worry, Simon, you'll live," said Joe in a friendly voice as he straightened up. "And what a basketball player you'd make with your height." Bewildered, the boy continued to watch the Hardys closely, as though fearing some harm. "Here we are, Simon," Chet Morton called cheerfully, as he entered with the soup and sandwiches. Simon ate greedily. Chet winked at Frank and Joe, and then went to make more sandwiches and bring in some donuts. They were soon gone. Chet grinned. "I'm glad to see that somebody besides me has a healthy appetite." While Chet and Simon were finishing the food, Frank and Joe moved out to the kitchen. In a low voice, Joe said, "Simon doesn't look so fierce to me. I'm certain he's not the person we saw spying on us in the hollow yesterday. Simon's tall and he has long legs, but his face sure isn't the same one as we saw." Frank nodded in agreement. "It was Donner who told us the person was probably Simon." The boys were puzzled, but had no chance to talk further, as Chet and Simon came into the kitchen. Chet began to play with Mystery. "Poor little pup," he said fondly. "Old Chet won't forget to feed you now, too. No, sir. He'll do it right now." He opened a can of puppy food and dumped it into a bowl and then set it on the floor. The little dog attacked it happily. Simon, meanwhile, had put on his clothes, which were now dry from the heat of the stove. He watched Chet intently, and then gave a shy, approving smile. "Say," the stout boy muttered as he poked into a cupboard, "here's some dog food. Captain McGuire must have had a dog. I wonder if he went with him." Frank had noticed the mute boy's smile. "Simon likes the way Chet treats dogs," he thought. "Now, our chance to find out why he stole Mystery. But how can he answer us?" he asked himself, baffled. "He can't talk." Suddenly, Frank had an idea. He went back to the living room and returned with a pad of paper and a pencil, which he placed on the kitchen table in front of the mute boy. Simon looked up questioningly, but without suspicion now. "Simon," said Frank slowly and distinctly, "tell us, why did you run away with the dog?" At the same time, he pointed to the beagle. The boy's eyes looked puzzled for a minute, and then he seized the pencil and began to sketch. Swiftly, the picture of a tall, broad-shouldered man took shape. Simon darkened in the heavy eyebrows and the mustache. "It's Donner!" cried Joe in amazement. "Wait," Frank warned. "Simon hasn't finished yet." As Frank, Joe, and Chet crowded around, Simon rapidly drew the tall man's arm and hand in the act of grasping a little dog with Mystery's markings. "He's telling us that Donner stole Mystery!" Joe cried out. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. The Tailor's Clue. "There's no doubt," Joe exclaimed. "Simon's sketch tells us that Donner is the one who took Mystery." "Wait," Frank commanded. "He's drawing something else." With a series of swift, sure strokes, the mute boy surrounded his drawing of Donner and the beagle with sketches of various dogs. A cocker spaniel, a German shepherd, and 2 hounds? "What's this little one he's shading in with the pencil?" Joe asked. "A gray dog?" Gray or brown, Frank returned. See, he's left one ear white. Brown with a white ear! That's Bobby Thompson's Skippy, exclaimed Chet. So Donner stole Skippy too? Upon hearing the man's name, Simon raised his head once with an angry scowl, and then finished by drawing a line from each dog to Donner. Then the mute boy stood up quickly from the table. His eager eyes showed that he had something more to communicate. He pointed to Donner's picture and then to Mystery. Suddenly, Simon crouched down behind a chair and peered out. He's trying to tell us that he was hiding. Behind a tree, perhaps? Frank intercepted. Simon's one arm was tensed, with fingers spread as though to hold something heavy. It's as if he's holding a rock or a club, Frank deduced. Abruptly, Simon leapt out from behind the chair. He struggled with an imaginary antagonist, swinging the hand that held the rock. Next, he seemed to clutch something else in both arms and to be running away with it. That's Mystery he's holding now, Chet said excitedly. He means that he waited in ambush for Donner tonight, and then hit him with a rock and ran off with Mystery himself. Oh, great, thought a bewildered Joe. Simon and Donner are blaming the dog stealing on each other now. Who is guilty? While Frank and Chet, too, looked puzzled, Joe said aloud, Well, there's one thing I want to know. He turned to Simon. Why did you throw stones at us this afternoon? Going to the table once more, Simon quickly produced sketches of 3 very lifelike rattlesnakes. Frowning, he looked at Frank and Joe, and made as though to push them away with his hands. Now I get it. He was trying to warn us about those deadly snakes, not hurt us, Frank said. Well, he sure picked a forceful way to do it, Joe rubbed his head ruefully. Well, that would mean he didn't think we were in cahoots with Donner. Frank nodded. Simon's giving us something to work with. It seems pretty clear that the self-styled hermit has been stealing dogs. And for my money, that ties him in with Captain McGuire's disappearance, too. You think the captain went after the dog napper himself and ran into trouble? Joe queried. Well, apparently the captain had a dog, his brother reasoned. Now suppose Donner stole the animal, and Captain McGuire traced him to the hollow. Then suppose, when he got down there, the captain saw something he wasn't supposed to see. And then Donner, or somebody, had to get him out of the way because he knew too much, Joe finished grimly. Remember the blood we found in the leaves? Absorbed in this new possibility, Frank, Joe, and Chet failed to notice that Simon had been making his way quietly toward the back door. In a moment, the tall boy had slipped quietly out the back door into the night. Hey, called Chet, stop him! No, let him go, said Frank Hardy calmly. Simon's on our side, all right. Just wish we could do something to help him, Joe put in. With his talent for drawing, he might make out very well, in spite of his handicap. He should go to a special art school. Frank agreed, but then he said reflectively, I can't seem to get Colonel Thunder out of my mind, and his resemblance to Donner. Also, I wonder if it could be more than coincidence that the German word for thunder is Donner. What do you say we find the carnival and talk to the colonel? He just might be a relative of Donner. Suppose we drive to Forestburg in the morning, Joe suggested. Maybe we can learn something more about the Donner family and find out where the carnival is. Besides, it's about time we called Mother to see how things are in Bayport. Morning dawned bright and fresh after the rain. Everything seemed greener than before, and the boys' spirits rose. Frank and Joe emerged from the cabin, followed by Chet, who cradled Mystery in his arms. But suddenly Frank stopped and frowned. Oh, So much excitement last night that we forgot to put the convertible top up before the storm. Now look." Sure enough, there were puddles on the floor of the Hardys' car, and the seats, though protected by covers, were wet. The boys mopped up the water. "Let's take Captain McGuire's car," said Joe. "If the captain's enemies see it, they may think that he's escaped, and that'll bring them out into the open." The three set off with Joe at the wheel, Frank beside him, and Mystery and Chet in the rear. Apparently the back seat was comfortable, for by the time the car entered Forestburg, both Chet Morton and the Beagle were fast asleep. "Let 'em alone," Frank laughed. "Last night was too exciting, I guess. You and I can go do the detective work, Joe." The two boys walked a block to the courthouse. Because it was only 8 o'clock, the streets had little traffic. Frank and Joe, alert with curiosity, looked around. Many stores had offices above. In one window, upstairs, which Joe pointed out, was a small sign. "Wyckoff Weber, attorney at law." The two brothers crossed the street to the courthouse. No one was at work yet. "Well, let's try the stores," suggested Joe. "Somebody here must know the Donners." During the next hour, the two young detectives went from shop to shop asking questions about the Donner family. Although one or two clerks or storekeepers admitted the name sounded familiar, no one could give any definite information. "I'll tell you what we're up against," said the exasperated Joe. "Some of these people are new in town, and they just don't know the Donners. The others know them but won't talk to us. We're outsiders. And they think we're prying into local affairs that aren't any of our business." "Maybe so," agreed Frank. "But there's one shop we have to visit." He indicated the tailor's establishment at the end of the block. "What for?" demanded his brother, puzzled. "I just discovered," muttered Frank, "that I have a hole in my slacks. I must have caught one of them on the rocks last night." The man with the shining bald head and thin black hair at the temples greeted them across the counter of the shop. "Yes?" "Can you mend a pair of pants while I wait?" Frank asked him. The little man smiled, showing 2 gold teeth. "Of course. Will you come in back, please?" A moment later, Frank and Joe were seated in the back room. Articles to be mended lay in a heap on the floor. Snippets of cloth were everywhere. Taking Frank's trousers, the man sat down at his work table and examined the rip. A bolt of handsome, untouched flannel drew Frank's attention. "Do you have many orders for custom-made suits?" he asked the tailor curiously. The little man sighed. "In this country, no," he answered. "Now it's all factory-made suits. There's no real work for a tailor anymore. Only patching holes and altering pants." 40 years I've had this shop," the man went on, reminiscing as he mended. "Now my main business is dry cleaning. But 20, 30 years ago, we had people that liked fine clothes, custom clothes. The Blackwells, the Altgelts, the Donners. Many fine suits I've made for them." "Donner?" repeated Frank. "Yes, the Donners. A fine old family when I first came here. A family with style, distinction. They knew good clothes. There was old Mr. Donnell, a tall, handsome man, and his wife, oh, she was stylish. And a beautiful daughter there was, and twin boys. Tall, good-looking fellows like the father. Looked so much alike you couldn't tell them apart." "Twins!" Joe exclaimed. And then he suppressed his excitement and asked cautiously, "Must have been quite the family. What became of them?" The tailor shook his head. "Scattered. Old folks gone, of course." "The young lady?" "Well, I don't know. Mr. William, one of the twins, he left town, too. Only Mr. Walter I see once in a while," the man sighed. "He doesn't dress up like he used to. Just wears sports clothes and doesn't come in here anymore." In high excitement, Frank put on his mended slacks. "By the way," he asked the tailor, "do you know where Clatch's Carnival is now? We've seen it once, but my brother in here would like to see the show again." Silently, the man rummaged in a wastebasket, and then handed Frank an old poster with the carnival's schedule printed on it. Elated, the boys hurried from the shop. On their way to the car, Frank stopped at an outdoor telephone booth to call his mother. "Everything's well here, Frank," came Mrs. Hardy's familiar, musical voice from Bayport. "The latest word from Dad was that the men he's after are very clever, and he hasn't made much headway on the case." Laughing, his mother added, "Iola sends her love to her brother Chet." "How about Joe?" Frank asked, grinning through the glass in the booth at his brother outside. Lively Iola Morton was Joe's date. "And Mother, have you heard from Callie lately?" Callie Shaw was Frank's own favorite girl. "Not a word. You boys had better not stay away too long, or both girls will find other escorts." When Frank left the booth, he found his brother staring across the street. Directly opposite the boys was a house with a doctor sign. "Look who's coming down the walk," Joe whispered. "It's Walter Donner." Frank's eyes followed the man, who evidently had not seen them. Donner wore a white bandage wrapped around his head. "I guess Simon really did hit him with a rock," said Joe. "Sure looks like it," Frank replied. "Let's see if we can find Clatch's Carnival for a talk with Donner's double. Colonel Bill Thunder may tell us something interesting." End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Chet's Ruse. Back at the old car, Chet was still asleep, but Mystery greeted Frank and Joe with excited yapping. "What? Who?" grunted the fat boy, starting up and blinking. "Are we still in Forestburg?" While he sat rubbing his eyes, Frank and Joe, grinning, climbed into the front seat of the car. "Are we in Forestburg?" repeated Joe with mock disgust. "We've only been here 2 hours, that's all. And listen to this." He related what the brothers had learned. Chet was astounded, and also disappointed, to have not been there to hear his friend's discoveries firsthand. Meanwhile, Frank had been poring over a road map. Now he started the car and headed out of town in a westernly direction. "Say," Chet exclaimed, "where are we off to now?" "Riverville," Frank replied, and he explained that Clatch's Carnival was there. This back road should take us to the place in half the time that the highway would take. With an injured look on the broad face, the stout boy sat back and folded his arms. "So you just walked out on me. You two just wait. I'll show you who's the detective around here." "Well, wait," Joe chuckled. Captain McGuire's old car seemed well suited to the narrow, badly rutted road. Maneuvering carefully to avoid holes, Frank drove past the dense woods that lined both sides. Sometimes the road followed a stream, at others it ran along ridges. There were no buildings in this area. "We must be getting close," observed Frank, looking at the speedometer. "But what a place to run out of gas." No sooner had the youth spoken than the three friends, rounding a turn, came upon a station wagon parked on the left side of the road. The hood pointed skyward. Across each fender leaned a man in blue dungarees, his head almost invisible under the hood as he peered at the motor. "Let's see what we can do," said Frank, pulling over. "We have plenty of time." As the boys stepped from their car, a huge dog bounded swiftly toward them. "Uh-oh," said Chet hastily. "Better stay inside, Mystery." The big dog gave a curious, but not unfriendly sniff at Frank's outstretched hand. At the same moment, one of the men raised up. He was bony and had red hair. "Here, Blue," he called, and turned to greet the boys. "Don't you fellows worry about Blue. He won't bother anybody." "What's the trouble?" Frank asked. "She conked out somehow," the man answered with a perplexed grin. "It just won't go." Joe was already peering at the engine. "Mind if we have a look? My brother and I have done a bit of work on motors." "Help yourself," invited the other man, who wore a loud print shirt. "Gotta do something. We can't stay here all morning." Somewhat puzzled at the helplessness of the two men, Frank and Joe rolled up their sleeves. "Got any tools?" Joe asked the man. "Nope," the red-haired one answered. "Wouldn't you just know it?" "Have much trouble with her?" Frank inquired. The man scratched his head and grinned. "Well, now, I can't say 'cause she's not mine. I just borrowed her, you see. Out to deliver these apples." "Apples?" Chet beamed, and he strolled around to the back of the station wagon, which was open. There, under a tarpaulin, were several bushel baskets of big red apples. "Mind if I try one, mister?" "Go ahead," the bony man called. Thinking that the second basket held juicier fruit than the one near the tailboard, Chet chose his apple from there. But as he brought his hand out, he noticed that there was no fruit underneath, just something wrapped in brown paper. Instantly, a wave of suspicion flooded Chet's mind. What could the two men be hiding under their apples? The stout boy pondered for a moment, remembering the hijacking near the state line. Munching loudly, he strolled back forward toward the others. A sign, "Kendrick's School for Boys," caught his eye on the station wagon door. Continuing to munch idly, Chet managed to bump into Joe, who was bringing a wrench over from Captain McGuire's car. "Oof! Look where you're going," he said loudly. In an undertone, he added quickly, "Pretend you need a part and send me to town for the police." Joe gave no sign, but went back to work. Still chewing, Chet strolled near. "What's the pitch here, fellas?" he complained. "I'm dying of starvation." Joe's calm voice replied from under the hood. "Well, pal, you'll just have to starve a little longer. We need a new condenser for this motor. How about running to town to get it?" "Me?" Chet feigned indignation. "Why should I run the errands?" "Okay, forget it. But you could get yourself some lunch in town." As Chet ran toward the car, the red-haired man and his partner chuckled heartily. 15 minutes of fast, bumpy driving brought the stout boy back to Forestburg. Entering the familiar wooden courthouse, Chet made straight for Sheriff Ecker's office. "Not you boys again," said the sheriff, who seemed even busier and more weary than before. "Look, son, I just don't have time for you now." "You will when you hear this, Sheriff," was Chet's quick answer. "I think we found a couple of your hijackers. Better come and look at them anyway." "What? Where?" The sheriff stood up so fast his swivel chair rolled rapidly backward. "Stalled about 2 miles out of the old Riverville Road. My buddies are keeping them there." While the amazed lawman listened, Chet told him his suspicions. Even as he was speaking, the sheriff picked up his telephone. "Give me the headmaster at Kendrick's School for Boys." Shooting fast, direct questions, the sheriff got his answers and relayed them to the waiting Chet. "He says they never lend their station wagon. It's the only one they have." "See if it's there now, will ya?" he asked the headmaster. In a few minutes he had his answer. "Gone! Stolen!" he told Chet, hanging up. "They just noticed it. Looks as if you might be onto something, boy. Are they armed? Did you notice any weapons?" Chet shook his head. "Nothing but a big dog. And that could be pretty mean if it wanted to." After calling 2 regular deputies into his office, Sheriff Ecker explained his plan. "We'll wear our street clothes, boys, no badges. I'll take my personal car. We'll approach from the direction of Riverville. This boy here will be standing in the middle of the road, so we'll have to stop. and then we'll arrest those men." Meanwhile, Frank and Joe had continued to tinker industriously at the motor of the station wagon. The red-haired man and his helper seemed to grow less friendly as time passed. They continually looked up and down the road. At last, Captain McGuire's old car came into sight. Chet got out with a gleaming bunch of yellow bananas in one hand and a box containing an automotive part in the other. "About time!" shouted Joe, who was feeling the tension. Unconcernedly, Chet handed over the part, peeled himself a banana, and then planted himself in the middle of the road munching to watch the work go on. The two men watched now with worried faces. "Of all the dunderheads!" Frank suddenly exclaimed in disgust. "This condenser isn't even for this make of car. Can't you ever think of what you're doing? It's too small." "No good?" demanded the men in chorus. "We'll try to make it do," Frank grumbled. Beep, beep, beep. A brown, weather-beaten sedan, with 3 men seated together in the front, had approached quietly from the direction of Riverville, and was now honking impatiently for Chet to move out of the road. "Okay, hold your horses," he said. "I'll move." As Chet sauntered back to the stalled auto, but unnoticed by Frank, Joe, and the suspects, 2 men had stepped from the sedan and come over. With drawn pistols, the deputies moved into position behind the red-haired man and his partner. "Raise your hands," ordered one quietly. "Turn around and don't try anything. You're under arrest." Caught completely off guard, the men did as they were told. Meanwhile, the third man, Sheriff Ecker, who carried a large net under one arm, went swiftly to the back of the stolen station wagon. He ripped off the tarpaulin and heaved out the apples and shouted, "Furs! You were right, son. Look at these!" The excited sheriff carried an armload of rich, expensive furs. Frank and Joe, with greasy hands and faces, merely stared from Chet to the sheriff to the captives in amazement. "You'd better talk," Ecker warned the men as he checked a notebook. "These furs were stolen 3 months ago from a truck in Jersey. You've been hiding them until you thought the heat was off. They're concrete evidence against you." For answer, the bony man suddenly uttered a sharp command. "Blue! At 'em, boy!" At once the huge hound bared his teeth and advanced ferociously upon the 2 officers. But at that moment, the sheriff raced up and hurled the big net over the raging animal. In a moment, with the Hardys' help, the dog was helpless. Why, you fat—" began the raw-boned, red-haired man in a rage. Chet Morton, however, merely looked at Frank and Joe with a satisfied grin on his face. "All right, fellows, who's the detective now?" he demanded. After handcuffing the prisoners securely, the officers led them to the sheriff's car. "Nice work, boys," Ecker said. "I'll get back to town. I have to report the recovery of these furs and the capture of these men to the FBI." The sheriff and one of the officers put the prisoners in their car, while the third officer drove the station wagon. The boys said goodbye and continued on toward Riverville. "You get all the credit this time, Chet," Joe praised his friend. "You'll be getting places as a detective." On the outskirts of town, Frank stopped at a telephone booth and called Fenton Hardy at the state police barracks just over the New Jersey line. He told of Captain McGuire's disappearance and the hijacker's capture, and then continued, "No news of Captain McGuire yet, Dad, but we're following a new lead right now." "Good work," he said, "and give Chet my congratulations." The boys started up once more. "The carnival's on the edge of town," said Frank. "Not so fast," Chet spoke up. "Lunch first." Who's the detective around here anyhow? Okay. It was more than an hour before Frank, Joe, and Chet entered the midway of Clatch's Carnival for the third time. A friendly ticket-taker directed them to the small blue house trailer parked behind the tents where Colonel Thunder performed his act. Frank knocked. As the man looked at them inquiringly, Frank put the question, "Pardon me, sir, but aren't you William Donner?" End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Worrisome Watching. Startled, the animal trainer fidgeted uneasily with the door handle. "What gave you the idea that I'm William Donner?" he asked. Frank, seeing the man's embarrassment, chose his words carefully. "Well, sir, we've met a man named Walter Donner who looks exactly like you. And when we found out that he had an identical twin brother, we put two and two together. And then the names William Donner and Bill Thunder are the same. Donner is the word for thunder in German." In spite of himself, the man gave an approving smile at this last deduction. "All right, boys," he said as he faced them once more. "I'm William Donner, and I don't suppose it matters if anybody knows it. You see, we Donners used to be a fine, close-knit family, but when my parents died, my brother and sister and I just couldn't agree on dividing the estate. So as far as I know, the properties are still vacant, and the lawyers are still arguing. I had to make a living, so I took this job. I've always been able to train animals. I didn't want to embarrass my brother and sister. They were always so touchy about their social position, so I just translated the family name to Thunder." Pausing for a moment, the tall man seemed to reflect. "So, you saw Walter. I didn't even realize he was still in this part of the country. I haven't heard from him in years. What's he doing with himself now?" "Not much," Frank answered. "He lives in a little cabin out in Black Hollow and raises a few sheep." At this, the colonel raised his prominent eyebrows in disbelief. "Walter? Living in that old shack? Why, that's impossible. Walter always loved luxury. He couldn't do without it." "He seems pretty comfortable, Mr. Donner," Chet put in. "Maybe," Colonel Thunder went on, "but you don't understand what a come-down this is for my brother. I'm sorry to hear it. He's raising sheep, you say?" "Yes," Frank answered. "In fact, we saw him buying one at an auction. We thought it was you." The colonel nodded, still reflecting on the strange news. "Funny, both of us should be making a living, even a poor one, from animals," he mused. "You see, we all loved animals. Walter was different, though. He could be cruel to them, too. Couldn't stand it when they disobeyed him." "Cruel to them?" Joe Hardy picked up the words. "Would it surprise you to know, Mr. Donner, that your brother is suspected of kidnapping dogs?" The man who called himself Colonel Thunder looked at the boys in a commanding way that seemed to be the trait of the Donner family. "Yes, it would," he snapped, as though he himself had been insulted. "Not only that," Frank continued with determination, "but we have reason to believe that your brother is involved in the disappearance of a friend of ours, Captain Thomas McGuire." "See here, what are you trying to pull on me?" Colonel Thunder demanded indignantly. "My twin has some strange ideas, but he wouldn't harm anybody. Why are you prying around here for anyway? Get out, and take your ridiculous accusations with you." With that, he closed the blue metal door of the trailer in their faces. Frank, Joe, and Chet were obliged to turn away. "Boy, was he angry," said Chet as the three of them walked to the car. "Do you suppose he's in cahoots with his brother?" Frank shook his head thoughtfully. "No, he was genuinely shocked at our story, that's all. Colonel Thunder still seems to be touchy about his family's honor. Say, maybe our news will make him pay a call on his long-lost brother." Yes, and maybe warn him of our suspicions, added Joe. I suggest we sneak down to the hollow tonight and see what goes on. Good idea, Frank approved. Well, if it's all the same to you, put in Chet, Mystery and old Chet will stay up at the cabin. I've had enough of that woods by night. Besides, I think after this morning's bit of detective work, I think I may have just earned myself a rest. You have, Frank agreed, and Joe laughed. Will we never hear the end of it? The three drove back to Forestburg. They stopped at the courthouse and learned from Sheriff Ecker that the prisoners had been sent under heavy guard to New Jersey, where Mr. Fenton Hardy, one of the chief investigators in the hijacking case, would question them. Is that a fact? Frank asked mildly, giving Joe a wink. Yes, sir, declared Sheriff Ecker. He's a real famous detective. They called in on it. You boys ever hear of him? Oh, now and then, Joe grinned. Say, what are you two grinning about? The sheriff frowned. Hardy. Hey, isn't that your last name? Frank and Joe? No relation by chance? Distant relation, Joe answered with a straight face. About 100 miles distant right now, I believe. He's our father. Well, I'll be. Words failed the stocky, good-natured sheriff for a moment, and then his face became serious again. And what about your friend, boys? He hasn't come back yet, has he? Joe was about to pour out their suspicions of Walter Donner, but he was stopped by a nudge from Frank. No, Sheriff, Frank replied, but we're working on it. We'll let you know if anything turns up. After one final stop in Forestburg, at Giller's General Store for more provisions, Frank, Joe, and Chet at last climbed into the captain's old car for the trip back to Black Hollow. Why not tell the sheriff about Donner's being a dog napper? Joe asked as he drove. Because we still have to prove ourselves to Sheriff Ecker, Frank answered grimly. Walter Donner made us look pretty incompetent in front of the sheriff. Any accusation we bring up against him is going to need more proof, no matter who our father is. Wait till we've really got the goods on Donner, and then we'll show the sheriff. To prepare for their long vigil that evening, the brothers lay down for a nap as soon as they reached Captain McGuire's cabin. At sundown, they were awakened by Chet Morton, who'd prepared an appetizing dinner. About time for the night shift, he called. Don't forget to put on your dark clothing. Soon a clear, cloudless sky, in which stars sparkled brightly, spread itself over Black Hollow. The moon isn't due to rise until very late, Frank noted, as the brothers prepared for their expedition. That gives us an advantage, since we're doing the spying. A moment later, alert and refreshed by their sleep, and fortified by Chet's meal, Frank and Joe slipped out of the back door of the little cabin. As soon as their eyes became accustomed to the darkness, they entered the woods. By now, the path into the mysterious hollow was familiar to them, even at night. They moved along the trail noiselessly, but swiftly, and without flashlights. Frank noted that it was the first time he'd not had that eerie feeling of being followed in the woods. I suppose it's because we're in a position to do the following ourselves, he thought with a smile. The boys avoided the exposed parts of the trail entirely, moving among the denser trees instead. At length they reached the little clearing where Donner's strange cabin stood. In the complete darkness they could see nothing but an indistinct mass of rocks and logs in front of them. The little building was invisible, except for a thin orange line of light around the frame of the closed door. Cautiously, Frank led the way as close as possible to the door without exposing themselves to view of anyone else who might be in the surrounding woods. They found a suitable place and stopped to listen. The sound of voices came to them plainly from inside the cabin. Walter Donner's voice, somewhat subdued, and the thin, whining voice of Wyckoff Weber, The attorney. The Hardys were astounded. "I tell you, I've been to see Elizabeth," Weber was saying, "and she won't budge an inch." There was a sound, as if somebody was moving a chair impatiently. "Well," Donner's big voice rumbled, "I'm fed up with this life. Fed up with it. I want my share of the estate." "You don't think I'm fed up with it?" the lawyer replied irritably. "I want my money too." "Well, let's get down to business. How are things going?" When they heard this question, Frank and Joe waited breathlessly for the answer, but none came. There was a further scraping of furniture, and that was all. Didn't Donner reply, Frank wondered? Or is he showing Weber something? While the young sleuth pondered, crouching in the dark, the sudden pressure of his brother's hand roused his attention. Now Frank heard the sound of stealthy footsteps approaching through the woods along the path. From their hiding place, Frank and Joe could easily watch the break in the woods where the path entered the clearing. But though they thought they waited soundlessly, no figure appeared. A chill of suspense ran down the brothers' spines. "Is it Colonel Thunder?" Joe asked himself. "Or Simon?" Meanwhile, no further sound came from within the house either. For about 15 minutes the silence continued. The unknown intruder was no longer moving, but, the boys wondered, was he lurking in the darkness a few scant yards away from the Hardys themselves? "Somebody's trailed us down here," Joe thought uneasily, "and he's waiting for us to make the first move." End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. Flash Fire. Without changing his position, Joe moved enough so he could whisper to his brother. "Somebody's watching us," he murmured, "waiting for us to show ourselves." Frank, after considering for a moment, placed his own lips close to Joe's ear and replied, "Check. We'll outwait him." Straining their eyes vainly against the darkness, Frank and Joe examined the break in the woods, which marked the exit from the path. All they could make out, however, was the dark clump of bushes where the intruder must be hidden. Whoever he was keeping just as still and silent as they were. Abruptly, the loud voices of Donner and Weber in the cabin could be heard once more. Their remarks were no longer muffled. "We'll get some money pretty soon," Donner's voice rumbled. "I'm desperate enough to take a chance." After a pause, Weber's irritable tones were heard in reply. "I'll attend to the boys. Nothing can go wrong this time." Hearing these words, Frank frowned to himself, puzzled. Were he and Joe and Chet the boys that these two were talking about? Before the youth could make up his mind, there was a rusty squeaking sound, and the door of the cabin was thrown open. For an instant, the lawyer's small, plump figure and Donner's tall, commanding one were outlined against the light of the two kerosene lanterns within. And then the door was closed, and the lawyer crossed the clearing. He made no attempt to soften his footsteps. Frank's keen eyes suddenly spotted an abrupt, blurred movement in the dark bushes at the entrance to the trail. Whoever was hiding there was hiding from Weber as well as from them. In another moment, the lawyer had entered the woods. His footsteps quickly receded in the darkness. Still warily watching the bushes, Frank and Joe saw a man step out. For a moment he stood still, a dark form barely silhouetted against the faint glow of the starlight. Then soundlessly he entered the woods on the trail of the retreating Weber. "He's spying on Weber," Joe whispered. "Shall we tail the two of them and see what happens?" "No," Frank decided quickly. "Let's stick to our plan of staying here and waiting for Colonel Thunder to show up." Slowly, silently, the night wore on. The constellations changed their positions in the sky, and in the east a pale glow appeared. At last a crescent moon showed itself above the trees. A light but chilly breeze sprang up. Although the night was clear, the heavy early morning dew of the mountains now covered everything. The boys' clothing, in particular their shoes and pant cuffs, were drenched from the long walk. Now the rest of their clothing felt damp as the cold breeze chilled them. Their legs were cramped from the long wait, and they could see their breaths in the pale light thrown by the new moon. No one else came to visit Walter Donner. At last the crack of light outlining the door of the little cabin could no longer be seen. "I guess he's gone to bed," Frank whispered to Joe. "We may as well go back to the cabin and hit the sack ourselves." Using the same caution, which the boys had practiced on the trek down, the two boys made their way through the dark woods to Captain McGuire's cabin. As they were climbing the steep, familiar path of the hollow, Frank suddenly laid a hand on Joe's arm. "Listen," he whispered. From the depths of Black Hollow came an eerie sound, at first soft and then louder. It was a long, plaintive wail. "Screech Owl," Joe noted. "Where is it coming from?" "The other end of the hollow," Frank answered after listening carefully. "In fact, I'd say it was somewhere pretty close to Donner's place." Funny nobody startled an owl earlier, with all that coming and going down there tonight," observed Joe. "I'm glad we didn't meet one," Frank said. "They have a quiet, spooky flight that makes people take them for ghosts." In another minute the brothers had reached the rim of the valley. Lights burned cheerfully in the cabin of Captain McGuire's windows. "Oh boy, am I glad to see you two," exclaimed Chet, jumping up from the bunk as they entered. "That witch or owl is on the loose again. It woke me up. You heard it?" "We sure did," Frank replied. "Brrr," Joe shivered. "Never mind the owl. Just let me near that stove." "If that's the way you feel," said Chet, "I'll whip up a little snack. I could use something hot myself." A little later, over mugs of hot chocolate, the Hardys told Chet of their vigil outside the windowless cabin. "So," Joe concluded, "Weber is Donner's lawyer, apparently, and they both want money." "Birds of a feather flocking together," Chet observed, and then added with a grimace, "But I don't like the sound of Weber's threat to attend to the boys." "This Weber is always croaking about money," Joe remarked. "What money do you think he means?" "They must have been talking about the Donner estate tonight," Frank put in. "Remember Colonel Thunder told us about the lawyers, that they were still arguing about it? And Donner says he was tired of waiting, that he was getting desperate." "Too bad Colonel Thunder didn't show up," said Joe. "After all, part of that money is his." "Well, there doesn't seem to be anything dishonest going on," Chet pointed out. "Donner was only talking about money that he has a claim to. And another thing, Weber told us that Captain McGuire owed him money. Do you suppose the captain never went into the hollow at all, but just ran away somewhere?" Joe shook his head decisively. "You don't know Captain McGuire, Chet. He never ran away from anything in his life, much less a debt to a tin horn like Weber." "You know what I wonder?" Joe said suddenly. "Donner says he's getting desperate. I wonder what he'll do." "What a puzzle!" exclaimed Chet, shaking his head. "We'll never figure it out tonight, fellows. Let's just forget about it for a while and make a fresh start in the morning." Frank and Joe needed no further urging. After changing into dry underclothes, the two boys rolled into their sleeping bags and climbed in. 4 o'clock, noted Chet as he turned out the lanterns and climbed into bed. "Only a few hours of sleep till breakfast. Let's use them." "All the same, I'd like to know who was hiding in those bushes," came Joe's drowsy mumble in the dark room. In another moment all was silent. As he lay in his sleeping bag, Frank was still wondering about the mysterious person who'd been hiding near them. In the boy's tired brain, all the perplexing questions of the strange case seemed to whirl madly around and about. Who had been lurking near Donner's cabin? Where was Captain McGuire? When Frank dozed off, he had peculiar fitful dreams. First he saw a pack of barking dogs being chased by a witch on a broomstick. Next, the dogs turned into owls, which flew around hooting and wailing. Meanwhile, the witch had turned into Walter Donner, who seemed to be talking calmly to some sheep. And then, weirdly, Walter became William Donner, Colonel Thunder, and the sheep became a snarling black puma. Colonel Thunder's huge black whip cracked again and again. "Oh," Frank moaned aloud. Now in his dream he heard Wyckoff Weber's rasping voice. "I'll attend to the boys. Nothing can go wrong this time." Once more Frank seemed to see a little lawyer standing in the open doorway of Walter Donner's cabin, talking with Donner. Behind them, the orange-yellow flames of the kerosene lamp were burning. Burning. Burning! It seemed to Frank that he could even smell the distinctive odor of burning kerosene, and he could feel the heat generated by the lamps. The yellow flames seemed to grow brighter and brighter in his dream until they blotted out everything else. Again, Colonel Thunder's black whip cracked. Suddenly, Frank sat up wide awake. He was facing the kitchen. For an instant, the youth thought that someone had turned on the lights in there. And then with horror, he realized that the whole side of the cabin was a mass of swirling yellow flame. The snapping and cracking was the sound of 2x4s as they caught fire, as if in some gigantic fireplace. The whole cabin had become an inferno. "Joe! Chet!" he shouted frantically above the roaring of the swirling flames. Frank pulled off his sleeping bag and wound it around him as he shook his brother into consciousness. And then he leapt to the sleeping Chet. "Joe, wrap your sleeping bag around you and make a dash through the front door." Frank screamed. By now, all 4 walls were ablaze, and the heat was unbearable. Instantly taking in the situation, Joe followed the instructions. Meanwhile, Frank had helped put Captain McGuire's blankets around the still groggy Chet, and now the 3 raced outside. Mystery, too, dashed to the yard, yapping in fear. The boy's hair and brows were singed, and their eyes smarted. The 3 friends watched in speechless dismay as the flames of the burning cabin lighted up the whole area like a beacon. Sparks shot 100 feet skyward. "Boy," breathed Chet, "there goes all our stuff. And Captain McGuire's, too. Clothes, food, money, everything. But we're fortunate to get out alive. What woke you, Frank?" "A lucky dream," Frank answered gratefully. "Luck was on our side for sure." Fortunately, the Hardy's convertible and Captain McGuire's car had been parked far enough away from the fire to be out of danger. But in the cabin, with its drums of kerosene and gasoline, it burned fiercely out of control. "No use driving anywhere to get help," said Frank. "No equipment could get here in time." The trio, bundled in their blankets, stared at the flaming cabin. "The walls seemed to all go up at once," Frank remarked to the others. "It wasn't as if the fire had started in the kitchen and spread to the living room. Everything went up at once." Joe looked grim. No fire could start that way. Unless it was deliberately set by someone. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. Ragged Footprints. Chet gulped. "The cabin was set on fire?" he cried. "Right," said Joe. Frank nodded. "From the way the fire spread, I'd say someone poured kerosene all around the foundation and then lighted a match to it. I smelled kerosene strongly right at the beginning." Suddenly, Frank and Joe recalled Weber's words, "I'll attend to the boys." Could that be it? Did he light the fire? But that would make him a murderer, Chet exclaimed. Is he that bad? Oh, we're not accusing him yet, Joe said quickly. Or anyone else, Frank added. But when it's safe to look in the ruins, we'll hunt for clues. Helplessly, Frank, Joe, and Chet watched the blaze. Though the mysterious fire had begun suddenly, it burned for some time. The logs of the cabin, soaked in creosote to withstand the weather, now burned fiercely until consumed. When morning came, the once trim cabin was a mass of rubble, glowing here and there with orange sparks. "It's a crime," Joe said. "If someone did burn down the cabin, I'd like to get my hands on him." Suddenly, Chet pointed out, "Fellows, we haven't a stitch of clothing except for our underwear." Despite the gravity of the situation, all three boys began to laugh. "This is a fine situation," said Frank. "Of course, we have blankets and sleeping bags," Joe spoke up. "But there's no chow," Chet reminded him, "to have a feast." "It seems funny that no one has come here to see where the fire is," Frank remarked. "You'd think a forest fire observer would have spotted it from his tower and investigated." No one arrived, however. When the intense heat abated, Frank went toward the ruins. He noted that Captain McGuire had built his cabin on a stone foundation, using concrete for mortar. After finishing, he spread his surplus gravel around the entire foundation. Now the three young detectives found that this gravel still preserved the warmth of the fire, but even more important, it had preserved something else. Several deep, distinct footprints. "You were right, Frank, about somebody setting this fire," Joe exclaimed. "These prints are on all sides. If only we'd brought our equipment from home, we could have made a fine plaster cast for evidence." "We'll have to do without," replied his brother. "But we can still take measurements." He placed his own bare right foot over the right indentation left by the subject. "Somebody with a short, wide shoe," Frank observed. "And look here. All the left prints have this ragged outer edge. It looks as if the sole of the man's shoe has been damaged by a stone or a knife." So absorbed were Frank, Joe, and Chet in examining the fresh prints that they were suddenly startled to discover someone standing directly behind them. Simon, the mute boy, had just appeared from encircling the woods. He gaped in astonishment at the blackened ruins. "Hello, Simon," Joe called. Instantly he dropped his eyes from the boy's face to his feet. Frank and Chet, having the same idea, also looked down. In spite of his long legs, Simon had average-sized feet, and his battered tennis shoes could not have made the footprints in the gravel. "Somebody burned us out, Simon," explained Joe. "Take a look at these prints." Though Simon followed Joe's pointing finger obediently, he merely shook his head and shrugged. "Well, what do we do now?" Chet asked. "First, let's get some clothes," Frank answered. "Oh, sure," said Chet. "And what are we using for money and clothes to go to a store with? Every cent we had was burned in the fire. We can't go shopping in our underwear." Mysteriously, Frank's face brightened. "Simon," he said, "you'll have to do our shopping for us." Simon quickly explained their needs to the mute boy. Simon nodded in comprehension and consent. "Now the money." Taking a small screwdriver from the glove compartment of the car, Frank pried up the horn button. As the piece popped out, a bill, folded very small, fell out too. "Emergency money," explained Frank, grinning. "Thank goodness," said Chet. Once more the yellow convertible made its way over the hilly country roads to the town of Forestburg. Purposely, Frank parked the car a good 100 yards from the first house of the town. Nothing like driving in bare feet," he remarked. "It tickles." "What a sight we must be," Joe laughed. "No clothes, singed eyebrows, refugees from a circus or something." "At least Mystery still has his coat on," Chet joked. "Quiet," commanded Joe and grinned. "I'm writing down sizes for the clerk. Let's see. Trousers about 6 feet around the waist, Chet?" Finally, the lithe figure of Simon emerged from the car. He made his way, with some hesitation, down the street toward Giller's general store. As soon as he had gone, the 3 boys began to talk over the footprints around the burned cabin. "I'll bet anything they belong to Weber," Joe declared. Frank's suspicions were nearly as strong as Joe's, but he advised caution. "Better hold your horses a little, Joe. This is a very serious charge. We'll need an airtight proof before we can accuse Weber." "And even if you're right," Chet spoke up, "why did Weber and Donner want us out of the way? What is it that he didn't want to go wrong?" "I wish I knew," said Joe. "Since we're not involved in the estate, I'd say that Weber and Donner must be tied up in some kind of underhanded business. Maybe Colonel Thunder is in it too, and got word to his brother about our visit to him." "What a mess," Chet said with a sigh. "Say," he added, looking at his watch, "Simon's been gone 20 minutes. What's he doing all this time? Suppose somebody should come by." "Duck, fellas! Here comes a lady," Joe warned. "Where? Is she close?" Chet and Frank scrambled to the floor. "Oh, guess I made a mistake," Joe chuckled. "Why, you joker," Frank threatened. "Hey," Chet moaned, "maybe Simon has just run off with our money and won't bring us any clothes." This remark made all the boys glum. But at last Simon's tall form could be seen approaching from the town. In his arms the mute boy carried a huge package wrapped in brown paper. Eager hands reached from the car to snatch the package and change from the astonished Simon. Flying fingers ripped open the paper and tugged at the clothing inside. "Keep watch, Simon, and warn us if anybody comes," ordered Joe. In a few minutes, 3 fully clothed boys joined Simon on the sidewalk. All wore identical blue pants, red flannel shirts, checkered socks, and black shoes. "Jumpin' goldfish," complained Chet. "We look like a comedy team on television." Simon grinned, and from under his right arm, he produced a package containing 3 extra shirts. He threw them into the rear seat, and the boys looked relieved. While Frank and Joe merely laughed at each other's singed hair and eyebrows, Chet said breakfast before anything else. Customers in Forestburg's chief diner peered in amusement over their morning coffee as the door opened. First came 3 boys, all wearing their red shirts and blue pants, with the hair and eyebrows partly singed away. And then came a tall, gangling boy with trousers too short and a wild shock of hair. Disregarding the curious stares, the 4 were soon putting away vast quantities of griddle cakes. "Must be some of them carnival fellas," muttered one man to his neighbor. "Looks like somebody ran a blowtorch over those 3. "Who's the other one? The wild man of Borneo?" returned his companion. But Frank, Joe, Chet, and Simon ate heartily, still ignoring the customers' stares. While Simon and Chet worked on a 3rd helping of griddle cakes and cocoa, the Hardys consulted briefly in whispers. "Think we ought to try and reach Dad?" Joe asked his brother. "Tell him our suspicions about the fire?" Frank, after a moment's reflection, decided against this. Dad has enough on his hands, and he'd probably drop everything and come rushing over. Let's wait until we have proof to give him. Joe then proposed, "How about seeing Weber before we try Elizabeth Donner?" "Right," Frank approved. "But we better report to Sheriff Ecker first." The face of the lawman became grave as he heard the boys' narrow escape. He agreed to keep the matter quiet until the culprit's identity could be established beyond a doubt. "Something funny's going on out at Black Hollow, all right," he admitted at last. "I'll send some men out there right away. We'll look over the wreckage, and we'll take casts of the footprints. I've sort of neglected you fellas, but this is serious business. I'll drop everything and get onto it. Where are you headed now?" Frank shot his brother a quick warning look. "We have to pick up a few things. That fire cleaned us out." Sheriff Ecker and 2 members of his force started off to Black Hollow to investigate the fire. They took Simon and Mystery with them. "I've arranged for Simon to take care of Mystery until we get back," Chet announced, when the 3 were back in the car again. "Especially since we don't even know where we'll be sleeping tonight." The boys then made straight for the building in which they'd seen Wyckoff Weber's office. Frank parked and the 3 companions climbed out of the office building stairs. A small, gray-haired woman with a sharp nose answered their knock. "Are you Mr. Weber's secretary?" Joe asked her. "Secretary, indeed! Him with a secretary? He's too miserly," the woman snorted. "I just drop off his mail. I can tell you he's out of town for a few days, if that's what you want to know." "Thank you," said Frank, and the boys trudged down the steps to the street. "Now let's try to find Elizabeth Donner," declared Frank, leading the way back to the courthouse. As he had hoped, the courthouse had a stack of telephone books for the town and some towns some distance around. "Everybody take a look," he directed. "Look up Miss Elizabeth Donner." Less than 10 minutes of silent work brought a sharp exclamation from Joe. "Here she is! Miss Elizabeth Donner, with an address in Brookwood." The boys made sure there were no other women with the same name, and then went to their car. After consulting a road map, the 3 chums set out for Brookwood, where they hoped to find out more about the strange Donner brothers. End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16. The First Find. Shortly before noon, the yellow convertible rolled along the quiet main street of Brookwood. Large, pleasant white houses with wide lawns and lovely shade trees stood on either side. "Nice old town," Frank commented, and then he added, "Fellas, let's be careful with Miss Donner and not make the same mistake we did with Colonel Thunder." "How do you mean?" queried Chet. "We insulted his family pride. These Donners seem to be touchy people. If we aren't careful of what we say, we won't learn anything." "True," Joe agreed. "And maybe we can find out a little about Elizabeth from somebody here in town before we call on her. And then we can say we met her attractive brother while searching the woods for a man that we believed lost." "Attractive," snorted Chet. "Okay, Chet," said Frank. "I'd like to know what this town thinks of Elizabeth, too. And here's the place to learn something." Before Joe and Chet could protest, Frank had pulled up before one of the old houses, which had been converted into a business establishment. "Blue Willow Tea Room," Chet read from the sign outside. "Oh, no. We're not eating in a tea room. They wouldn't serve hot dogs, and that's what I want. Most of their customers are probably fussy old ladies on diets." "Right you are," Frank chuckled. "And who would know more about Miss Donner than the old ladies? Anyway, I remember Mother mentioning that she once ate in this town, so let's go." A little bell tinkled discreetly at the door when it opened. Frank, Joe, and Chet, with their singed hair combed as well as possible, and their red shirts buttoned at the collar, sat down awkwardly on dainty little chairs placed around a little table. "Good morning. a tall woman of middle age, wearing a tiny starched apron, came forward and eyed them with sharp suspicion. "Good morning," Frank responded with a wide smile. Rising to his feet, he said, "I think my mother stopped here one time. We'd like to have some luncheon. How cool and restful a nice tea room is on a hot day." Charmed by Frank's manner, the woman smiled. "What would you like, boys?" To Chet's astonishment, he was soon enjoying a puffy omelette, a tasty vegetable salad, and a tall glass of iced tea, spiced with a sprig of fresh mint from the garden. "Say," he declared, "I'll have to eat in tea rooms more often." "Well, pick up your napkin," teased Joe. "That's the 5th time you've dropped it on the floor." "This is Brookwood, isn't it?" Frank asked the woman, as she brought strawberry shortcake for dessert. "Miss Elizabeth Donner lives here, doesn't she?" "Oh, yes," the woman answered. "Perhaps your mother has ordered dresses from Miss Donner. She's a perfectly wonderful designer, you know. Customers come to her from all over. She works right in her own home." "No," Frank said, "it wasn't that. We know some other members of her family." "Oh, yes, Miss Donner comes from a very good old family. She's a lady, to be sure, but very firm, too, about her business. It's marvelous how well she does. The family has broken up, though, I understand. I don't believe she ever sees her brothers now." The woman went off to seat a new group of diners, and the boys had no further chance to speak to her. As the 3 friends walked toward Elizabeth Donner's house, Joe exclaimed, "A dress designer! What are we going to say to her, for Pete's sake?" "We'll think of something," Frank replied confidently. "You mean you'll think of something," Joe corrected him. "Count me out." "Me too," Chet chimed in. With that, the 2 marched away, leaving Frank Hardy alone on the steps of a well-cared-for white clapboard house. Near the door, a little sign invited, "Ring bell and walk in." So Frank found himself in a well-furnished parlor used as a waiting room. Since no one was there, he had time to examine the thick rug, the fine furniture, the tasteful wall decorations, and the well-filled engagement book which stood open on a little table. Evidently, Elizabeth Donner's business was a profitable one. A door opened softly, and a tall, handsome woman in her late 30s, with dark hair and the commanding Donner look, came in. At the same time, a little brown dog scurried through the door at her feet and threw itself happily upon Frank. Stooping to pat the animal, the youth noticed one white ear. His mind raced. A brown mongrel with a white ear? No collar or tag? Could this be Bobby Thompson's Skippy? Concealing his suspicions, Frank laughed and stood up. "Friendly little pup. A friend of mine had one just like him. Maybe it's from the same litter. Where'd you get this dog, Miss Donner?" "I don't really know where he came from." The woman's manner was friendly but firm. "A brother gave him to me. The poor little thing was lost, and he befriended it. But he couldn't keep it himself." "Oh, was that the pleasant Mr. Donner, who went with me into Black Hollow to look for a lost friend of my family's?" Elizabeth Donner shot a searching look at the youthful visitor. "I wouldn't know," she answered evenly. "By the way, what brought you here?" Carefully, Frank sidestepped the question. Hoping his voice sounded casual, he said, "I was wondering, do you take clients living at a distance? My mother loves to wear attractive suits and dresses, and since I was in the neighborhood, I thought I'd ask you." Miss Donner smiled. "You're an unusual boy, aren't you?" she said. "Not many sons are that thoughtful. Have your mother write to me, and then we'll see." Watching the tall, self-possessed woman narrowly, Frank wondered, is she playing a game? Does she believe me or doesn't she? but Elizabeth Donner's smile told him nothing. "I'll do that," he answered, and quickly left the house. Deep in thought, he returned to the car. He told the others what had transpired, adding, "I think I found Bobby Thompson's dog. Donner probably gave the pup to his sister soon after he stole it." "Skippy?" Chet sat up astonished. "What does that man do? Steal dogs for the pleasure of giving them away?" "Don't ask me," Frank answered. "That's all I could learn. Except that Miss Donner does very well with her dressmaking. I'd say she probably doesn't need any estate money. Or any dishonest money either, but you never know." "Okay, so this is a blind alley," said the disgruntled Chet. "Where are we cooking and sleeping tonight?" "There's only one place to solve the mystery of Black Hollow. And that's Black Hollow," declared Joe. "I vote we camp near there." Frank jingled the coins in his pocket. "We'd better solve it pretty soon," he warned. "Money's getting scarce. What will we need for tonight?" "A few cans of food," answered Chet, "and a couple of flashlights." "And a pad and pencil, so Simon can communicate with us," put in Joe. After buying these necessities, the three friends started back for Black Hollow. At Joe's suggestion, they drove slowly. "Let's take our time," he said, "and not get there until after dark. Then nobody will know that we're around." Accordingly, Chet cooked supper for them at the roadside fireplace and picnic table, and at 8 o'clock they headed once more for the hollow. Showing only the parking lights, the big car climbed slowly up Rim Road. They passed the lighted Thompson house, and the boys knew that they'd nearly reached the top. Once there, the trio hid the car among some trees and started off on foot. Only a few stars sparkled in the sky. Clouds as black as coal were massing in the west. With a flashlight beam jabbing ahead into the darkness, Joe led Frank and Chet a little way along the hollow trail, and then off to one side. "This spot's level and well sheltered," the youth exclaimed. "I've had it in my mind in case we had to sleep out." After unrolling their sleeping bags, Chet's had been kept in the trunk's car, the three boys removed their shoes and crawled in. Lying on their backs in the darkness, Frank and Joe stared upward at the trees. A light wind made the hemlocks sigh. From afar they heard a whippoorwill's call. Presently, from the hollow, came the sad, familiar wailing. "Screech Owl," Joe murmured. A few minutes later, the night was broken by a number of screams. "Uh-oh, there's the witch again," said Joe. "Joe, isn't that the same screaming we heard our first night here?" Frank noted. "It's not so harsh, so insistent. This really sounds like a barn owl. The screaming the other night, I'm sure it was human." "Maybe," Joe yawned. "Anyhow, this one's an owl. Nothing to get excited about." In a moment, Joe was asleep, and then Frank. "Help! Leave me alone!" The cries came from Chet Morton. Frank and Joe started up, blinking sleepily. "Chet's having a nightmare," thought Joe. But as he became wider awake, he saw a tall, shadowy figure hovering over the bundle that was Chet Morton. End of Chapter 16. Chapter 17. Help! As Frank and Joe got out of their sleeping bags to spring upon the intruder, Chet Morton unexpectedly began to laugh. "Oh, stop it! Ha ha! Cut it out, will ya?" The black figure had not moved, but Chet was thrashing about on the ground, laughing convulsively. "Chet!" Joe cried as he groped for his flashlight, and then he muttered to Frank, "Has he gone out of his mind?" No! Gasped Chet. Stop licking my face, Mystery! How can a fella talk? 2 flashlight beams illuminated the scene in the same instant. Standing nearby was the mute boy, Simon, and the little beagle, with tail whipping about happily, was leaping on Chet with a fierce affection. "Oh boy," Joe exclaimed, grinning. "You gave us a scare, Simon." "We can't keep Mystery with us now," said Frank. "We don't know where we'll be from one day to the next." Scooping up Mystery in a quick movement, Frank thrust the animal into Simon's arms. "Simon, please look after our little dog a little longer, okay?" To their astonishment, Simon placed the beagle on the ground, and then pointing quickly at Frank, Joe, and Chet in succession, he waved them away frantically with both arms. "I think he says for us to clear out," interpreted Joe. "He must mean we're in some danger. Is that it, Simon?" Frank had already put his pad and pencil into the mute boy's hands. Now, while Frank and Joe shone their lights on the page, he quickly sketched a picture of a small windowless cabin, with a gun barrel pointing menacingly from the door. "Donner's place," Joe muttered. "And he has a gun. Well, we knew that already, and we weren't going near there tonight anyhow." "Hold on," Frank warned. "He's drawing something else." Simon had not yet finished. Next to the cabin, he drew sketches of 2 owls seated side by side. With amazing skill, Simon sketched the fierce owl eyes and beak of each. But one of the birds had high pointed ear tufts, and the other seemed to have no ears at all, and had a round, mask-like face, similar to that of a monkey. "Great sketches," Joe commented. One of his hobbies was ornithology. Now, studying the drawings, he told the others, "The one with prominent ears is a screech owl. He does the wailing. And Monkey Face here is a barn owl. He does the screeching." "Hey, what are you doing?" Chet asked suddenly. Simon, after drawing 2 very accurate pictures, took his pencil and crossed them both out. Once again, he waved the boys away from him. "I don't get it," said Frank, puzzled. "Are you afraid of owls?" Simon shook his head vigorously. "Do you connect their cries with the witch of the Black Hollow, and want to protect us from her?" Again, Simon shook his head. "Maybe he means Donner is going to shoot the owls?" suggested Chet. But more denials. "I give up," said Joe. "But listen, Simon. Witches, owls, Donner, nobody's going to drive us out of these woods. We're staying, get it?" Peering intently at the determined faces of his new friends, the strange boy looked frustrated. He gathered Mystery up in his arms. As silently as he appeared, he glided off among the trees. "I wish I knew what he was driving at," Chet remarked. Meanwhile, Frank and Joe had switched off their flashlights to save batteries. As the 3 stood together in silence, a faint flicker appeared in the sky. "Lightning," Frank commented. "Very far away as of yet, but it must mean a strong storm is coming. I wish there were a cave, preferably without rattlesnakes for us to take shelter in." "Don't worry," Joe assured him. "The storm is far away. It may never reach here. Let's get some shut-eye." Thoroughly tired, the 3 friends lay down once more and fell asleep immediately. Some time later, Joe found himself wide awake. His heart was pounding violently. The luminous dial of his watch told him that nearly 2 hours had passed. The darkness seemed thicker, the air heavier than a few hours before. "Frank, Chet, did you hear it?" "Yes," came Frank's tense, whispered answer. "There it is again." The heavy, oppressive silence was shattered again by a scream. A horrible, drawn-out cry. Again it sounded, this time harsher and higher-pitched, and then a 3rd time. "That's a human being in trouble," exclaimed Frank, leaping to his feet. "Quick! Roll up your sleeping bags and shove them out of sight underneath these bushes. Let's go. Somebody needs our help." "This witch may be more real than we thought," said Chet as he hurriedly slipped into his shoes. Do you suppose she's torturing Captain McGuire?" Fully awake now, and every sense alert, the boys listened intently to the blood-chilling screams as they were repeated. To add to the weirdness, the woods were illuminated by the flash of lightning. "That cry was in the hollow, not too far from here," Frank directed. "Let's go." "Turn on all flashlights," Joe called as he rushed forward. "Speed is important." The three boys dashed along the path to Black Hollow. "Halt!" Frank ordered as the screams came once more. Carefully, he placed their direction. "We won't go down to the floor of the valley," he decided. "The cries seem to be coming more from the side. We'll stick to this upper path instead." Once again, the young detectives rushed forward, halfway up the steep, partly wooded side of the hollow. But within seconds, Frank halted them again. "Now what?" Joe asked breathlessly. "I don't hear any more screaming." "There's something else. Do you hear it?" Straining his ears to their utmost, Frank listened intently. But hearing was difficult, for the night was no longer a quiet one. The wind that comes before a thunderstorm was now sweeping through the hollow like an onrushing wave. In the frequent flicker of lightning, huge trees could be seen waving wildly, showing their pale undersides of their leaves. The limbs creaked, the wind hissed in the leaves. But throughout it all, Frank's ears seemed to detect another sound. "What is it?" queried Joe. "A kind of thin, human voice calling. But with this wind, I can't be sure." Just then, there came a long flicker of lightning. Joe pointed to a nearby tree. Perched motionless on the limb was a full-grown owl, its huge eyes unblinking even in the vivid glare. Then darkness closed in again. Suddenly, the air was rent by a terrifying scream from the valley floor. Frank, Joe, and Chet were startled. They crouched breathless upon the rock where they had halted. The snap of twigs on the ground alerted them to the movement of a heavy body in the woods just below. Frank and Joe kept their eyes fixed on a small grassy clearing to their left. Suddenly, something huge, black and solid, moving cat-like upon all fours, padded unhurriedly into the grassy area. Then noiselessly it glided into the blackness of the trees on the other side. A wildcat! Joe's heart raced with excitement. So that's what's been making those horrible screams. "But this isn't wildcat country," Frank protested. "Hush!" Joe signaled. Over the sound of the wind and the growl of the thunder, the boys distinctly made out a thin, quavering voice. "Skippy!" it called. "Skippy!" "Good grief, it's Bobby Thompson!" Chet cried out in horror. "He's down there looking for his lost dog." "He must be somewhere among those trees ahead, where that big cat disappeared just now," exclaimed Frank. As he spoke, the howling scream of the mysterious cat-like beast ripped through the night once more. From the same direction came the little boy's frightened sobbing. "Oh, Skippy, where are you? I want my mother. Help!" Frantically, Frank, Joe, and Chet raced and stumbled forward along the rocky side of the hollow. The big cat sounded off again, and Bobby Thompson's pathetic whimpering grew louder and nearer. "Oh, I'm afraid. I want to go home." "He must be around here somewhere." "Bobby!" Joe called out. "Stay where you are and don't move. We're coming to help you." Suddenly, the path of the three boys was blocked by the spreading limbs and branches of a large tree, growing up from the floor of the hollow just below. Bobby's sobs seemed very close now. In desperation, Frank, Joe, and Chet swept the valley floor below with the beams of their flashlights. At first, they saw only the storm-whipped branches of the trees. "There!" cried Frank at last. The yellow beams had finally located the little boy. Wearing a jersey and short pants, he stood cowering at the base of the big tree just below them. He was hiding his face with one arm, and he'd raised the other in an effort to protect himself. A few short yards away, a pair of malevolent green eyes glowed in the flashlight beams. Unblinking, the eyes stared at their prey. The big animal coughed deep in his throat. The tail lashed about savagely as the beast crouched for the kill. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. A Harrowing Rescue. Frank Hardy appraised the situation in a single swift glance. With an iron nerve, he issued crisp orders. "Joe, you're the lightest. Into the tree. You haul Bobby up. Chet, this boulder is loose from the rain. Put your back to it. Roll it down on that cat." Meanwhile, Frank shone the beam of his flashlight directly into the eyes of the puma, in an effort to delay the creature's death-dealing spring as long as possible. Joe had already swung himself into the big tree. In another moment, he'd crawled out on the low-hanging limb directly over Bobby's head. Seeing the beams of the flashlights, the small boy looked up and spotted Joe. But Joe and the branch were several feet out of Bobby's reach. Thinking quickly, Joe hooked his knees over one limb and his toes under another. Head downward and reaching with both arms, he swung into the space between the cat and the boy. "Bobby, grab my hands, quick!" Paralyzed with fear, Bobby hesitated, and in that same instant, the powerful black beast, with a snarl, shot forward. There was a sudden loud crash of underbrush, and the animal whirled and then jumped sideways to dodge the heavy boulder tumbling down the hillside. Quickly, Joe grabbed Bobby's thin wrist and yanked the boy one-handed upward, until he could grasp Bobby's waist with his other arm. And then, with a tremendous effort, he snapped both himself and Bobby into a sitting position on the safety of the limb. Frustrated, the big cat raged for a moment on the ground below, and then it disappeared in the woods. Sweating profusely from his effort, Joe handed the limp boy through the branches of the tree to Frank. "Nice work with that rock, Chet," Joe gasped as he fought to recover his breath. "It gave me the extra second I needed." Bobby Thompson was sobbing again, but now it was with relief, as he buried his face against Frank's chest. "Don't worry, Bobby, old fellow," said Chet. "We'll take you home. We know where your dog is, and we're going to get him back." "Honest?" Bobby asked. With Chet lighting the way in the front, Frank followed, carrying the exhausted boy. Joe watched the rear in case the cat might still be stalking them. The boys worked their way across the side of the hollow until they reached the path. Soon they'd climbed into the clearing near the ruins of Captain McGuire's cabin. Chain lightning now zigzagged across the sky, showing great piles of menacing clouds. But the rushing wind had already passed over, and between the crashes of thunder came the lulls of dead silence. "Look, what's that?" called Joe, pointing off into the distance. The boys had stopped to rest at the very rim of the hollow. "You mean those lights way down at the other end of the valley?" asked Chet. "Yes. If my sense of direction is right," continued Joe with rising excitement, "those lights are on the rim of the hollow just above Walter Donner's place." "You're right," agreed Frank. "Something is going on over there, fellows. And I don't think it has anything at all to do with witches." "Let's get Bobby home," urged Chet. and then we can get over there and see what it's all about." On the double now, Frank, Joe, and Chet hurried with the little boy to where they'd parked the yellow convertible. Soon they were racing down the steep rim road. Veering sharply, Frank pulled into the rutted drive by the side of the Thompsons' house. Lights were on in all of the rooms. As the car stopped, Mrs. Thompson, nearly hysterical, flew out from the porch. "You must help me, my little boy! He's been gone since supper. I'm so afraid he's lost in the woods. And then there's been that terrible scream." "Hi, Mommy," said Bobby sleepily from Frank's arms. "Don't worry, I'm okay." Open-mouthed, the astonished mother stared for a moment, and then snatching her son, she folded him in her arms. "He was looking for his dog, and I guess he got lost," Chad exclaimed, thinking it wise to say nothing of the mysterious cat-like beast for the time being. "But we're going to bring his dog back too, aren't we, Bobby?" Suddenly, Mrs. Thompson looked at them intensely. "Tell me," she demanded, "where did you find him?" "Not in Black Hollow." "Yes, we did, Mrs. Thompson," Frank answered. "But don't worry, he's okay. I think it would be best if you put him right to bed. We'll be back to explain everything in the morning." The amazed and grateful woman called her thanks as the three young boys jumped into their car. The wheels spun on the gravel road, and then the car started up the hill. "Now," Frank told the others, "we'll drive right around the rim. But hang on to your seats, because this isn't much of a road." Joe and Chet, peering ahead, saw that Frank was right. The road soon narrowed to a pair of wheel ruts, and in places it was dangerously close to the edge of the hollow. A single wrong twist of the wheel could mean a fatal plunge into the valley below. Frank drove swiftly, but with a firm hand. Though bushes and low branches smacked against the windshield, he did not slow down. "What's this ahead?" he asked suddenly. The headlights had picked up an abandoned vehicle. Joe jumped out to investigate. "Just an old jalopy, probably abandoned there a year ago or so," he reported back as he got back in the car. "It's parked on the very edge of the bluff." Frank drove on toward the mysterious lights that they had seen earlier. All at once he stopped the car. They had reached a little wider space in the road. "There's room here to turn around. We might want to get out of these woods in a hurry. I think I'll play it safe." He pointed the convertible back in the direction of McGuire's clearing. "Now, let's go. We can't be more than 5 minutes from those lights." There were no sounds, except those of the storm, which was just about to break. A flash of lightning and the crack of thunder came simultaneously. It was followed by a continual rumble, and the lightning was so frequent that flashlights were unnecessary. Stealthily, Frank, Joe, and Chet crept forward along the narrow track. Suddenly, a man's voice was heard, saying, "Here, grab onto the other end of this, will you?" Quickly, the boys ducked into the cover of some bushes. Ahead of them, the lightning showed up in the dark bulk of a heavy truck. As they watched, two men, struggling and puffing, lifted a long box from the tailgate and carried it between them among the trees at the edge of the hollow. "Where are they going with it?" Joe wondered in a whisper. "They'll fall over the bluff if they're not careful." Tense but patient, the youths waited. Still, the two men did not reappear. By now, the Hardys were rapidly putting two and two together. The once baffling clues in the strange case began to fall into place, like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. "Listen," said Frank. "You know the two owls that Simon drew and then crossed out? Now that I think of it, he must have meant that the birds don't make the sounds. Their cries are man-made. They're signals to these men with the truck. One to stay away, and one to come to the hollow. I wonder which is which." "Not only that," Joe added. "Somebody is playing witch, using the old story of the missing dogs and the screams to scare people away while this unloading is going on." "I'll bet one of the stolen dogs was parceled out by Donner to those hijackers that we caught in the station wagon," put in Chet. "The dog acted friendly at first, but the crooks must have trained them to attack on command." "Sure," Joe declared. "Walter Donner and his gang are hijackers. They're probably the same gang that Dad is trying to track down." "Do you remember how Donner laughed at the police for not catching the thieves?" Frank reminded him. "He must think he's pretty clever." "Captain McGuire probably suspected something," he went on. "He came down to investigate. And I'm afraid that he was taken prisoner. Or something worse." "But if he's a prisoner," Joe puzzled, "where are they keeping him?" "Say, remember the door we heard closing in Donner's kitchen? We didn't see it. That door might be the answer." Eager now to learn more, the three friends grew more impatient by the minute, as the two men failed to return to the truck. "We must trail them," Frank decided. "One at a time and watch yourselves. We can't afford to get caught in a trap now." First, Frank slipped cautiously from bush to bush, past the silent truck to the trees at the top of the hollow. Joe followed, and then Chet. Warily they peered ahead. The two hijackers were nowhere to be seen. Frank led his companions through the narrow belt of trees and out onto the exposed edge of the bluff. Again they stopped to reconnoiter. Frank, Joe, and Chet were now crouching in the narrow ridge of small bushes that grew along the rim. Directly in front of them was nothing but bare rocks, curving sharply to the floor of the hollow below. By now the wind had come up again, and behind them the trees waved wildly. Even in the bush, the boys could feel its force. Constant flashes of lightning threw a clear white light over everything, so clear that every individual tree in Black Hollow stood out distinctly. By leaning forward slightly, the boys could see the roof of Walter Donner's cabin and the small clearing surrounding it. There were Donner's sheep, moving around nervously in their three-sided pen. But to the boys' amazement, there was absolutely no trace of the hijackers. "They're not up here, and they're not down there," whispered Joe, bewildered. "Anyhow, how could they get down there, especially with that heavy box? These rocks are much too steep." Baffled, the boys worked their way along the rim directly above the Donner cabin. Joe led the way, examining the rock face for some possible way into the hollow below. Suddenly Frank cried out from behind Joe, but the cry was choked off. Turning, Joe and Chet found that their companion had vanished completely, as though swallowed up by the earth. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Prisoners. "Frank!" Joe and Chet shouted, throwing aside all caution. "Frank, where are you?" The only answer was a white glare of lightning, lasting fully 3 seconds. They could see everything around them plainly. There was no doubt about it. Frank Hardy had disappeared, as completely as the two men carrying the box. "Oh, where is he?" Joe cried in despair, his words drowned out by a terrific blast of thunder. Now at last, as though split wide open by the latest bolt, the swollen clouds released their load of rainfall in one vast rush. Sheets of water struck the trees with a crash and hit the rocks with a loud smacking sound. But in spite of the tumult, a faint human cry from the ground underneath them reached Joe's keen ears. "Over here!" he shouted, groping through the downpour to a wide, round bush from which the cry seemed to have come. "Whoa!" Joe cried suddenly. The ground gave way beneath his feet. For an instant he felt himself falling in space. But in that moment, the strong arms of Chet Morton hooked under his armpits and hauled him backwards to safety. Snapping on their flashlights, the two boys trained them downward and discovered the mouth of a deep, wide hole, cleverly hidden by the round bush. As they peered below in amazement at the narrow wooden slide, a familiar voice sounding far away called up from below. "Joe! Chet!" It was Frank. Carefully, Joe and Chet sat down on the slide, grasping the sides. In spite of their caution, they were soon whizzing through the darkness. They tumbled in a heap at the bottom, but quickly leapt to their feet. "Turn on your flashlights," directed Frank. "I lost mine when I fell." The yellow beam suddenly lit up a fairly high, rock-walled chamber, with passages leading from it in several directions. "This must be the gang's hideout," said Joe in a low voice. "They must slide their stolen goods down that chute." Cautiously, the three friends moved along one of the rock passageways. Abruptly, it was blocked by a low wooden door. "Should we open it?" Joe whispered. "It might be a trap." "We can't stop now," muttered Frank. Boldly, he stepped forward and pushed. The heavy door swung noiselessly inward. In the next instant, the Hardys and Chet gasped in disbelief. A single kerosene lantern dimly illuminated the square, rock-hewn room. A man with a dirty bandage wrapped around his disheveled gray hair lay upon a cot. Slowly, he turned dull, sunken eyes upon them. "Captain McGuire!" cried Frank, rushing forward. The expression in the man's eyes changed instantly to one of lively hope. "Joe! Frank! Your father got my letter! Thank goodness! Where is Fenton?" Shakily, the man sat up. Evidently, he was still weak from the wound in his head. "Dad couldn't get here," Frank explained, "so he sent us." Frank introduced Chet, and then went on. "We've been hunting you for days, Captain. Right now, we must be careful. We don't know where Donner and his gang may be, and we don't want to be captured." When he heard that the boys were alone, Captain McGuire's joy became mixed with concern. "I can tell you where Donner is," he answered. "He and several of his pals are in the cabin. There's a passageway to it through that other door." He pointed to the one across the room. As the captain paused, the boys noticed his torn shirt. The scraps that they'd found in the hollow were of the same plaid flannel. "You must go for help, boys," he urged. "This gang has been hijacking equipment from those nose cones of rockets. They've also been stealing furs and surgical equipment, and whatever else they dare. They're smart and they'll stop at nothing." "We'll go back up the shaft," proposed Chet. "I noticed some steps on one side." "And we'll take you with us, sir. We can't leave you here." "But if the gang finds the captain gone now," Frank pointed out thoughtfully, "they'll know that the game is up and clear out." "Frank's right," agreed McGuire. "You go then, Chet," Joe decided. "Frank and I will stay here and look out for the captain." After Chet left, Captain McGuire began his story. "When the screams first started, I didn't think too much of it. But then dogs began disappearing too. So recalling the Hex legend, I began noting it on my calendar, the dates on which I heard the screams, as well as any dogs that were missing. Soon I became convinced that there was a connection, and something underhanded was going on. I even suspected the hollow might be a hideout for hijackers. That's why I sent for your father. And then one night, my cocker spaniel Ginger was stolen, and I decided to investigate alone." The boys nodded, and Frank said, "That's when you were captured." "Yes," the captain replied sadly. "I took my gun that night, and I began searching the hollow. I heard something in the bushes, and I asked who it was. There was no answer. And then I saw 2 glaring eyes and heard a scream. It was the puma. I gave it both barrels, but I missed." "Yes, we found your shells," Joe said. "Donner heard the shots, sneaked up behind and slugged me," the captain continued. "The next thing I knew, I was in his cabin, and he was pushing aside a section of rock wall in the kitchen. There was a wooden door behind it. I pretended I was still out. He dragged me down a passageway, past a room with a barred door, and then under the low doors to this room, and dumped me on this cot. I've been here ever since. My only hope has been that your father had received my letter and would come and try to find me. And all this time, Dad was working on the same case over in New Jersey," Joe marveled. Quickly, Frank informed the captain of the boys' own sleuthing, including Weber's claim that McGuire owed him money. "A lie," said the captain in disgust. "It's just an excuse to spy on you boys at the cabin." Frank concluded his account with the boys' suspicion that the owls' sounds were being made by humans and used as signals. "You're right there," confirmed McGuire. "I've learned that much since I've been in here. Donner warns the hijackers not to come by faking the screech of the barn owl. I guess he's been using it a lot since you boys got here. And then the wailing of the screech owl means that the coast is clear. It's okay to deliver the goods," Joe finished. "That's absolutely right," came a deep, familiar voice from the door leading to the cabin. Whirling, the Hardys found themselves facing the long, silver barrel of Walter Donner's pistol. The gang leader had quietly pushed open the door to the cell and heard the last part of the conversation. He was followed by big, rough-looking men, and then the lawyer, Wyckoff Weber. "My congratulations," said Donner in a mocking tone. "You've solved the case very cleverly, through the clue of the Screeching Owl. By the way, I did the screeching and wailing myself. Pretty good, eh?" And then the big man's voice took on the tone of menace. "But it won't do you any good. Your reward will be to meet the screaming witch herself." Wondering, Frank and Joe were prodded by the muzzle of Donner's gun down the rock passageway toward the cabin and into the cell with a barred door that Captain McGuire had mentioned. "Saki," called Donner harshly to a rough-looking man, "go get that 3rd kid." Meanwhile, Frank and Joe looked around the rock-walled room by the feeble light of Donner's flashlight. They noticed that the rear wall was covered by a tarp. The air was heavy and moist, as in most underground chambers, but there was also a strange, rank odor. "Do you like your new quarters?" taunted Donner, indicating the rock walls. All these chambers and passages were hewn out of natural caverns by the abolitionists when they built the cabin against the very front of the rock wall. "Very clever people," he went on affably. "They were the ones who revived the witch legend by stealing dogs and faking screams to keep people away from the hollow while they hid runaway slaves. Don't you admire my extensive historical research?" "At least they had a good motive," said Frank defiantly. "They didn't steal dogs to cover up a hijacking racket. By the way, we know where Bobby Thompson's Skippy is." Donner looked startled for a moment, and then he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." He went on mockingly, "I fooled you boys with the hideous face in the woods. It wasn't Simon. I wore a rubber mask with a black wig." "Skip the talk," snapped Joe. "What are you going to do with us?" Realizing that he could not shake the boy's nerve, the tall man abruptly crossed the room to the tarp-covered wall. "Meet the witch!" cried Donner, ripping away the canvas. The faint light showed the bars of a cage, and behind them the fierce green eyes and powerful body of a big, tawny brown puma. "Some of the screams were his," said Donner. "When I heard that my brother William, your Colonel Thunder, was going to have this beast destroyed because it almost killed him, I sent Saki to get the animal from him. I felt that such a pet would be helpful in reviving the witch legend. But William wasn't told that I wanted it, nor why. The puma knows who's master here, at any rate," the gang raider added with a cruel voice. "William and I don't have anything to do with each other, but he did warn my lawyer that some snooper said I was stealing dogs." "And then Weber set Captain McGuire's cabin on fire and tried to burn us to death," said Joe, looking sharply at the lawyer's ragged left shoe. But the youth did not reveal his clue as to the telltale prints that he found near the scene of the razed cabin. He was sure that Sheriff Ecker's casts of the footprints would be conclusive evidence. "I deny that," cried Weber. "You can't prove it." "Oh, yes, we can," Joe told him. Frank interrupted. "This puma was loose in the hollow tonight, wasn't it?" "That's right," Donner admitted. "I sometimes let him through the door you see at the rear of his cage. It leads out into the rocks. But I only let him out after I've put a sleeping pill in his food. He usually comes back quietly. However," he added meaningfully, "tonight the effects of his last pill wore off sooner than I expected. That's why I had to warn my men to lie low right after I'd given them the all clear. Fortunately, my pet came back without harming anyone. By the way, the grating between yourselves and this animal can be raised. Just yank the chain here. At the same time, the puma's outside door will be raised, so if you want to escape, the way out is very simple. All you have to do is get past the puma." Walter Donner stepped back into the passage and slammed the door to the boys' prison and shot the heavy bolt into place. "Oh, I forgot to tell you," came his mocking voice from the corridor. "There is another chain, with which I can raise only the grating between you and the puma. I'll get around to it sometime tonight." Luckily, Joe had hidden his flashlight inside his shirt. Now left alone, the brothers carefully examined the walls of their prison. "No way out," concluded Joe. "Our only hope is that Chet got away, all right, and that he can return with the state police before Donner lifts that grating." Switching off the flashlight, the two boys waited tensely in the pitch darkness. A few feet away, the big cat could be heard pacing nervously. After a long silence, Frank and Joe heard voices in the corridor outside. "Did you get that fat kid?" asked Donner. "You can forget him, boss," came the rough voice of the strong-armed man, Saki. "I see him pull out in this yellow convertible, so I take off after him in the truck. Pretty soon I see his lights, pretty far ahead, going around a turn. And then in a couple minutes I hear this terrific crash, like a car going right over the edge, down the hollow. I come up and there's wreck way down below, burning up like mad. Nobody could have lived through it." "Good," snapped Walter Donner. "That takes care of him." Frank and Joe stood as if frozen, in utter horror. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20. Triumphant Sleuths. For one long moment, the Hardy brothers were too stunned to speak. "Not Chet! It can't be true!" Joe faltered at last. "We mustn't believe the story," Frank told him, his voice trembling. "We must get out of here and learn the truth." Together, the two boys moved up to the grating to study the only possible escape route, past the dangerous puma and out the far door. The beast gave a menacing growl as it stalked to the bars. "Let's take off our socks, shirts, belts, and sweaters," Frank commanded. "I have a plan." In a moment, the two boys were squatting, stripped to the waist, before a heap of clothing. "There's one thing that every animal respects," muttered Frank. The youth doubled the heavy belts together for a stiff core, and then began wrapping the sweaters and shirts round them. "Fire!" Joe exclaimed, catching on. "You're making a torch." "What about matches?" "After Donner's lecture about preparedness, I vowed I'd never be without them," Frank returned, drawing a watertight cylinder from his pocket. A match flared in the dark, square room. The puma growled apprehensively. Slowly, the flame crawled up the impromptu torch, growing brighter and brighter until it was a ball of fire. Panicky now, the big cat loped back and forth, snarling viciously. "Now, while it lasts," cried Frank. "Yank that chain, Joe." With a scraping sound, the iron bars rose upward. Holding the flaring torch before him, Frank advanced upon the puma, plunging, snarling with fear, and raising its powerful paws. The beast backed through the outer door, which Joe had opened. "It's working!" Frank cried as he too stepped outside. But at that very instant, Joe was seized by powerful arms from behind. The snarls of the puma and the sound of the chain had warned the hijackers. "Saki!" shouted Donner. "Get that other one!" "Keep going, Frank!" Joe shouted. One backward glance told Frank what was happening. Joe was going down under two attackers, and one was coming for him. Desperately, Frank rushed forward and hurled the ball of flame straight into the puma's snarling face. Maddened, the big cat turned tail and plunged for the freedom of the woods. Frank by now was sprinting at top speed in another direction. Saki emerged, hesitated, and started off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Joe was slowly regaining consciousness after being dealt a stunning blow. His head throbbed. His wrists and ankles stung where the ropes cut into his flesh. He was on the damp floor, bound hand and foot. "Now what kind of accident can we arrange for these two?" It was Donner speaking. Opening his eyes, Joe saw that he'd been moved to Captain McGuire's cell. The captain, also bound, lay above him on the cot. A hijacker stood over the two with a pistol, while Walter Donner, holding a lantern aloft in one hand, coolly plotted their murder. "Perhaps a nice hot fire that won't leave any evidence," the gang leader suggested. "And we mustn't forget to include your brother, if Saki gets to him before the puma does." "Hands up!" came a sudden sharp command. "Drop that gun." Wheeling, Donner found himself covered by a Tommy gun. Two state troopers stood in the doorway where he and Weber had surprised the Hardys earlier. As Donner's pistol clattered to the floor, he swung his lantern viciously at the nearest officer. There was a crash and total darkness for a moment. In the confusion, the wily gang leader slipped through the passage into the puma's cage and dashed to freedom. Frank, meanwhile, had kept sprinting through the woods. He weaved in and out, seeking always to keep some trees between himself and his pursuer. Now and then a pistol cracked behind him, and a heavy bullet thumped into a tree or ripped into the leaves over his head. Completely drenched from the flight through the underbrush, Frank reached the rocky side of the hollow and clambered upward. A bullet exploded in the rock beside him, sending painful splinters into his hand. Realizing that he was too exposed on the open slope, in the pale light of early dawn, Frank ducked behind a big rock and waited. As the burly Saki toiled upward in the gray light, Frank lunged toward him in a tremendous football tackle. The heavily built man went down with a crash, still clutching his revolver in one hand. Desperately, Frank grabbed the man's wrist, knowing that control of the gun meant life or death. Locked together, the two struggling bodies rolled down the steep slope, bouncing from one level to another. Finally, Saki rolled on top and raised his weapon. But at this moment, a figure hurled out of nowhere, knocking the hijacker's head against a stone and wresting the pistol from him all in one movement. "Simon!" cried Frank joyously. "How'd you—" But the mute boy only indicated by pointing upward that Frank should continue climbing. "You're right, Simon. I must get help." Once more, Frank clambered toward the road at the top. By now, it was very light, though the sun had not risen. Frank, looking around, suddenly spotted a man not 50 yards above him and going in the same direction. Walter Donner! The gang leader turned, and for a moment he and the young detective stared at each other. Frank set himself for another struggle, but to his astonishment, Donner turned and began climbing upward again as fast as he could. Calling on his muscles for one last all-out effort, Frank scrambled upward in pursuit. In another minute, Frank hauled himself to a ledge. Now Donner's legs dangled just above him. Thinking of Chet, lying entangled in a wrecked car, Frank pulled the man down savagely. But a snarl from the ledge just above him, and the sudden terrified scream from Donner, checked his poised fist. Instinctively, Frank pressed both himself and his antagonist against the rock wall. As 200 pounds of furious puma hurtled past within inches of their heads. Landing off balance, the beast skidded and tumbled rapidly downhill. Donner jerked loose, but Frank quickly sent a swift punch to the man's midsection, following it up with a smashing blow to the jaw. "That's for Chet," he panted as Donner slumped unconscious. "Hi, up there!" came shouts from below. Looking down, Frank saw that the rocky slope was swarming with state troopers. 3 of them were throwing a net over the spitting, scrambling puma. Several others had almost reached Frank himself. "Nice work, boy!" cried the first trooper to come up. "Donner nearly got away." Brushing aside the congratulations, Frank asked urgently, "Is my brother Joe all right? Have you examined the auto wreck?" The friendly trooper looked puzzled. "Joe Hardy? Sure, he's okay, but I don't know what wreck you're talking about." Quickly, Frank scrambled back down to the valley floor. "I'll get Joe, and we'll look for Chet," he thought, while jogging swiftly along the trees to the Donner cabin. The door of the stone cabin was wide open, and Frank dashed in, and then stopped short in utter astonishment. An appetizing aroma, the sizzle of bacon frying in a pan, the sound of happy voices all talking at once reached him from the kitchen. Frank opened his mouth and stood in speechless wonder. Joe and Captain McGuire were standing by the secret door laughing. Seated at the kitchen table were Simon and Fenton Hardy, and presiding over the stove, flipping pancakes vigorously into the air and talking loudly the whole time, was Chet Morton. "Frank," his father cried out, "so good to see you. I'm certainly glad this case is solved." "You knew?" One of the troopers sent a shortwave message that you were safe and Donner was captured. But, Chet, what? How? Frank stammered. Nothing to be amazed about, said Chet, as the others, grinning, made a place for Frank at the table. Old Chet went for the police and brought him back, that's all. But the smashed car, you weren't in it? Right, just a little detective's trick, the stout boy shrugged, with an attempt at modesty. I had a little head start on that hijacker, so I hid the convertible in some trees near that jalopy we saw. I put in a blanket and set the old crate on fire and shoved it off the bluff. Chet beamed. Did it burn? That Saki thought I was in it? I waited till he'd gone, drove on down Rim Road without lights, and called the state police from the first house with a phone. I told them to come ready for a wild animal, as well as criminals. When they got here, I showed the police the secret chute in the cabin, and they did the rest. They rounded up all the crooks. You're a real trooper for sure, Frank said. We couldn't solve a mystery without you. That proved to be true in the boy's next case, the Viking symbol mystery. As for me, Fenton Hardy took up the story. I hurried over here from New Jersey, right after I quizzed that pair that you boys caught in the station wagon. Just by luck, I was at the state police barracks when Chet's call came in. This is the gang that you've been after, then? Frank asked. Sure is, his father answered. And they're all behind bars now. Weber's shoes matched the cast taken by Sheriff Ecker, so he confessed to setting the cabin on fire, hiding nearby, and seeing you boys escape. We found the cache of hijacked goods in 2 of the underground passages. Weber has also confessed to selling everything but the missile nose cones as property of a fictitious company which were going out of business. A clever racket that he worked with the auctioneer in New York City. Joe added, and he was holding up the settlement of the Donner estate until he and Walter had disposed of all the hijacked goods. The gang confessed that they did take that hound dog and kept it for their own use. Saki was the one who spied on us in the woods, and also on Weber. Donner didn't even trust his own men. By the way, William and his sister, they're innocent in any part of this racket. Well, my job's over now, concluded Mr. Hardy, and you 3 boys did the major part of it for me, which means you get the major share of the credit too. And the major share of the reward money too. And they certainly deserve it, Captain McGuire put in fervently. My share is going to Simon, Frank declared immediately. Dad, perhaps his voice could be restored through surgery? Joe and Chet instantly seconded Frank's decision. I'm sure medical science can do something, Fenton Hardy answered. Some very successful mechanical speaking devices have been developed. If it should turn out his voice can't be restored in any other way. In any case, we can send him to art school. I understand that he has a fine talent for drawing. That's for sure, Chet said with admiration, as Simon's eyes shone with gratitude. I'll have all the reward I want out of this case, if I can keep mystery. But say, I want to make sure that Miss Donner gives Skippy back to that little Bobby Thompson. It'll be done, Chet, Mr. Hardy promised. Well, that just leaves the puma, said Joe. We'll give him to a zoo. They can put a sign up over his cage. This animal was once known and feared as the Screaming Witch of Black Hollow. How about adding a couple owls? Chet suggested. Boy, that screeching really gave me the creeps. End of The Clue of the Screeching Owl, a Hardy Boys novel by Franklin W. Dixon.